Morning. Welcome to today's hearing of the Yoorrook Justice Commission. Today we're continuing our inquiry into historic and ongoing social injustice for Victorian First Peoples, hearing box 7. As we commence, I'd like to ask Commissioner Hunter to give the welcome to country.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Wurundjeri, pay my respects to elders past and present, all those that have come before us to give us voice here today. I'd like to welcome you back, Minister Shing, to a warmer space than last time we met. I'd like to acknowledge all those online, their elders, their ancestors, other Aboriginal people in the room, and may Bunjil watch over us as we conduct Aboriginal business. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Goodwin appearing to assist the Commission today. I thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome, and I too pay my respects to the traditional owners of this country, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I do that as a Yuin person from the southeast coast of New South Wales, and I acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded over these lands. Commissioners, we now have the Minister for Housing, the Honourable Harriet Shing, here to discuss housing and homelessness issues as they affect Aboriginal Victorians. I'd first like to invite Ms Gafforini to announce her appearance on behalf of the State.
Morning, Chair and Commissioners. I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria with Mr Petrie today. On behalf of the State, I'd like to thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome to country and acknowledge that today's hearing is being held on the land of the Wurundjeri people. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri people as the traditional owners of this land and that sovereignty has never been ceded. The State pays respect to Wurundjeri elders, past and present, to Aboriginal elders of other communities, and to all First Peoples who are here today or watching online. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Minister, I know you have already given evidence in your capacity as Minister for Water before, but could you please reintroduce yourself and your role to the Commissioners?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Harriet Shing. I am here today in my capacity as the Victorian Minister for Housing.
Thank you. And do you undertake to tell the truth to the Commission today? Minister, I invite you to read your opening statement.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Commissioners. And good morning again on a less chilly morning than our last experience. And good morning also to those who are here today or otherwise participating in or observing the work of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to present evidence on the housing portfolio. And thank you, Commissioner Hunter, for that welcome to country. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands upon which we gather this morning, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respects to Wurundjeri elders past and present, and I also acknowledge all Aboriginal elders and all First Peoples either here today or watching online. I also acknowledge and extend my respect and gratitude to the many First Peoples groups, organisations, individuals and representatives who've assisted me with their time and the sharing of their lived experiences to better understand the problems that exist, the shame and hurt that persist, and the opportunities that we as governments have available to us, responsibilities that lie with us to do better and to be better. I acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. My commitment in appearing before the Commission today is that I will not turn away from the reasons and the history that have brought us to this point. Over the past 2 centuries, the brutal dispossession of traditional owners from country and from home in every sense of the concept has had a profound and enduring impact on health, well-being, safety, dignity and opportunity. We imposed our rules of family and of home on First Peoples. We took land, we took children, we destroyed families and generations and communities with our assumptions, disrespect and laws rooted in willful ignorance. We created Aboriginal homelessness and then we turned away from it. And for too long we refused to even acknowledge that its existence and impact was our doing. And for this, I'm sorry. The First Nations communities, families and people who ache for homes they have lost or have had taken, who long for homes they have never had, or who live in substandard homes when they are available, I apologise. I apologise for the hurt and loss of dispossession and of lack of recognition, for being denied the right to be on and to connect to and care for country, to have the homes that you deserve, for the enduring disadvantage that you bear that was never of your doing. We have so much work to do across all levels of government to address the centuries of systematic dispossession and to provide the right housing that is needed now and into the future. We have made some progress, but there is so much more to be done. And I'm determined to engage with, listen to, and work with First Peoples and to apply what I am learning and doing in my work with ministerial colleagues across both the state and federal governments. I commit to continuing my advocacy for dedicated First Peoples funding and measurable, accountable targets. I commit to doing what I can, what we in government can do to contribute to providing homes and healing underpinned by Manana Aunty and Mātakut, and by decisions and processes that are grounded in self-determination, respect, safety, and pride. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Minister. You've provided a statement dated the 3rd of June to the Commission, that's correct?
I have.
And you've had an opportunity to revisit that statement prior to giving your evidence. Otherwise, that statement is true and correct, as you best know?
Yes.
Thank you. I tender that statement, Chair.
Yeah. Includes on the record.
Minister, how long have you been Minister for Housing?
I was sworn into the portfolio on the 2nd of October 2023 last year.
And what are your key portfolio responsibilities as Minister for Housing?
As the Minister for Housing, I've got statutory responsibility for parts of the Housing Act and parts of the Residential Tenancies Act. I work alongside the Treasurer and work to make sure that responsibility alongside the Minister for Planning, Minister for Consumer Affairs and the Commonwealth Government are addressing the challenges and the responsibilities under a range of legislative frameworks. That relates to everything from homelessness through to transitional housing, social housing, which is community and public housing, and then into an affordable housing framework, which is where it intersects with a range of different portfolios. Housing, as we know, is a continuum, and therefore the pieces fit together in various ways laterally, and it's also then about multiple levels of government working in that space as well.
And as part of your portfolio responsibilities, you oversee and are responsible for Homes Victoria?
Yes.
And you're also the Victorian representative on the Housing and Homelessness Ministerial Council, chaired by the Commonwealth Minister for Housing, the Honourable Julie Collins. What role does that council play?
Ministerial Council brings together the needs, aspirations, priorities of various jurisdictions around Australia with the Commonwealth, in particular to engage with the federal funding that is available, the negotiated funding agreements, the Commonwealth's targets on delivery of housing and funding arrangements that involve those partnerships with states and territories.
And I just want to, similar to the cross-examination of the Secretary of the Department and the Deputy CEO of Homes Victoria, I just want to make sure that we are on the same page in relation to the terminology being used. So as I understand it, social housing is an umbrella term for various housing that is provided to low and medium income persons with housing needs. And public housing is an element of social housing that refers to government-owned and managed housing for low-income Victorians.
Yes, that's correct.
And community housing is typically owned or managed by not-for-profit community housing providers.
Yes, and they receive funding also from the government.
And part of that funding is contingent on being a registered housing provider. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And when we refer to Indigenous community housing, we're referring to primarily housing operated by registered Aboriginal community controlled organisations, but there is some housing that is operated by non-registered Aboriginal community controlled organisations as well.
Yes, in the main, housing is provided through First Peoples registered housing provider arrangements, Aboriginal Housing Victoria, the Victorian Aboriginal Housing Services and Rumballara. And this is also something that sits alongside a range of other Aboriginal organisations that have a component of housing available to them as part of a range of services and assistance that are provided to people across communities.
And you've just mentioned there that there are 3 registered Aboriginal community controlled organisations currently in existence.
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of those categories of housing, if I can put it this way, there are mainstream providers, Aboriginal community controlled providers, and Homes Victoria itself as a provider. And Aboriginal Victorians would access all of those types of housing. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So there is the specific and then there is the general. And obviously for reasons of cultural safety, the importance of First Peoples controlled, led and operated housing projects and services is the key point of contact for the overwhelming majority of First Peoples across the housing sector. Within homelessness, that goes to a range of service providers, including the support provided by Homes Victoria.
You mentioned at the start of one of your answers that there is a continuum of housing across various portfolios, but also various for people in terms of a various journey in terms of housing housing needs. I just want to start from almost the end point in terms of private home ownership. So you understand that a majority of Australians, generally speaking, I think approximately 68% in Victoria own their own home.
Yes, that's the data we have at the moment.
And that compares to about 45% of Aboriginal Victorians.
Yes, it's about a 20% difference in private home ownership, whether through a mortgaged held property or through outright ownership.
And as was highlighted in evidence given before the Commission by a panel of various academics and housing experts, that 45% figure might be slightly inflated given it's based on census data, and generally speaking, First Peoples fail to respond to the census at a higher rate than the general population.
Yes, and data is one of the things that I'm particularly interested in, particularly where the systems involved in collecting and gathering data are often themselves enormous disincentives to participate due to a range of factors, including a lack of cultural safety and the history involved in the processes of collection of data.
And in circumstances where a majority of non-Indigenous Australians own their own home compared to Indigenous Australians, in today's world, and I know I'm speaking in broad terms, but do you agree that it's right to say that owning your own home is becoming more difficult for many Australians, particularly younger Australians, because of an increasing lack of affordable housing?
I think it's not just about owning your own home. We are seeing that Australia as an outlier has home ownership as a high rate of engagement with the property market in comparative terms to other jurisdictions. But it's not just about owning one's home, it's about keeping a home in private ownership as well. And the cost of living, I think, has had a huge impact on that, as has the lack of availability of housing.
And that, in terms of that very issue. Owning your own home and being able to, as you said, keep your own home is a major issue in terms of intergenerational wealth creation for Australian families. Is that right?
Yes, amongst other factors. It affects everything from credit ratings through to the capacity to draw down on a loan and therefore financial security. It is, I think, a direct outcome of the loss of economic opportunity across multiple generations, combined with systemic disadvantage that has created, I think, the worst of all possible circumstances for First Peoples, as evidenced in that 20% difference in first home ownership.
And so the increasing lack of capacity to access home ownership in Australia has a particular compounding effect on Aboriginal Victorians. Is that right?
It not only compounds the effect, but it demonstrates the impact of centuries of disadvantage. And it manifests across so many different things. But yes, for the purposes of the discussion on housing, that's correct.
And in terms of a lack of home ownership amongst Aboriginal Victorians, that puts pressure on the private rental market and social housing sector to deliver housing to First Peoples in Victoria who are unable or unwilling to purchase a home. That's right.
Yes, the housing continuum is really interlinked. And so when we see pressure in the private part of the continuum moving into rental and private rental, so from ownership through to rental, through to social housing, and then through to transitional housing and crisis accommodation and homelessness, we know that where there is pressure brought to bear on one part or multiple parts of that continuum, it appears in other parts of the continuum and affects the outcomes in those other parts of the continuum.
And the data bears that out in a way because Aboriginal Victorians are underrepresented in terms of home ownership, but overrepresented in both the private rental market, which is in the realm of 39% as at the 2021 census, and in terms of the housing, social housing sector.
Yes.
The social housing sector provides very important services to provide short, medium and long-term housing needs to persons who might not be able to access private home ownership or the private rental market. And do you accept that on average, Aboriginal people in Victoria are more in need of support from the social housing sector proportionately than non-Aboriginal people in Victoria?
I would go so far as to say that Aboriginal people are more in need of support across the housing continuum, of which social housing is a part, yes.
And do you agree that in every aspect of the housing system on that continuum, Aboriginal Victorians experience structural disadvantage?
Structural disadvantage, lack of cultural safety, inability to access programs because of the way that they are framed, a lack of funding to address need, and a range of factors that come into play, yes, to create and to entrench that disadvantage.
And as your statement makes clear, you accept that such structural disadvantage is as a result of the dispossession of Aboriginal traditional owners from their traditional lands.
As a result of the dispossession, yes, but then the entrenched intergenerational dispossession and disadvantage, lack of safety and lack of opportunity, yes.
The Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum provided a submission that stated that homelessness did not exist prior to colonisation, and it's a reflection that you offered as well in your opening statement. To any non-Indigenous Victorian who is either cynical or unaware of the link between dispossession of traditional owners from their lands and the current homelessness crisis that exists for First Nations peoples in Victoria. What would you say to those people about your own journey of understanding about that direct link?
I've had a sense of the damage caused by and perpetuated by dispossession, I would say for as long as I can remember. The impact of this dispossession and of the cultural violence perpetrated upon First Peoples within the housing space is something which I became increasingly aware of and focused on when I was first elected to Parliament, representing a regional seat from the outskirts of Melbourne through to the New South Wales border in the east. Not only is that part of the world the site of enormous tragedy and violence, but it's also the site of incredible dispossession and of the removal of First Peoples from country. That, combined with a lack of opportunity to connect with and to care for country, has contributed over time to an aggregate disadvantage that manifests in all sorts of ways. But in the notion of home and of kinship and of connection to family and to community and to country, the dislocation that we see that persists today continues to reverberate in social and in economic and in cultural terms.
Thank you, Minister. I might take you to paragraphs 14 and 15 of your statement on pages 4 and 5.
Yes.
And I know this is slightly repetitive because this evidence is also reflected in the answer that you just provided.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wonder if you could please read out to the Commissioners paragraphs 14 and 15 of your statement.
Colonisation resulted in First Peoples' land and homes being stolen. The Commissioners heard extensive evidence about the incredible speed and violence of colonisation in what is now Victoria, which saw the mass theft of First Peoples' land. As a result of colonisation, First Peoples were forced into homelessness, a concept grounded in colonisation that had profound and lasting impacts on First Peoples communities. Since colonisation, First Peoples have been systematically excluded from the management, allocation and ownership of land for housing, which has contributed directly and indirectly to multi-layered, persistent and intergenerational exclusion and disadvantage. Historically, state and Commonwealth legislative, strategic and policy settings have underpinned adverse housing outcomes for First Peoples.
You highlight the history of housing policy in the state in your statement, and we've also been provided with information from the department in relation to that history. Part of your evidence explains that the Housing Commission of Victoria established in the last century resisted government directives to accept the responsibility for housing First Peoples in need, and that in 1951 only 2 state-owned houses had been allocated on a trial basis for the housing of First Peoples. You call that a reprehensible injustice by the state in your statement. How has understanding that history of housing policy informed your own view of what needs to occur today to meet First Peoples' housing needs?
The lack of meaningful, measurable outcomes that lead in a real world sense to cauterising that pain and that disadvantage is something which shows up throughout our entire colonised history. That systems have been designed with a measure of total control at their heart. And that has included dispossession, and it has included, for a range of reasons and in a range of ways, piecemeal attempts to demonstrate progress. This is persistent injustice, however. And as I said in my opening remarks, there has been some progress made, but there is a long way to go. And I think from the learnings of the Housing Commission of Victoria, the work of the Aborigines Welfare Board, moving on from the history of the Central Board for the Protection of Aborigines, and that colonial idea of suppression and control amounting to protection, that at every step along the way, the idea of pride and of safety and of connection to country has been ignored, and that's resulted in numerous and ongoing injustices.
And you just mentioned the Aborigines Welfare Board, which was established in 1957, and you highlight in your statement that while it focused on housing post its establishment, the provision of public housing came with an inherent risk of children being removed from their families. Given that history, you can understand then that Aboriginal Victorians might feel suspicious of government housing authorities despite their needs for a secure home.
I absolutely accept that that is the case. And I accept that this is grounded in fear, and it has been defined by a complete ignorance of cultural safety by successive governments and generations. And I also acknowledge that housing threads through the themes of so much disadvantage and dispossession, grounded in fear and grounded in shame. And it radiates out into whole of life disadvantage, intergenerational disadvantage in every sense of the term.
And so those risks and that lack of cultural safety, do you agree would be a major reason why, when surveyed, the overwhelming majority of Aboriginal Victorians in social housing prefer an Aboriginal landlord?
Absolutely. And this speaks to the importance of cultural safety, whether that's the use of language or the spaces created, whether that's the processes that are involved, or the sense of being able to speak and speak freely without fear of repercussion. That cannot be overstated as I think one of the key areas where self-determination needs to be better demonstrated and needs to be part of the ongoing work through partnerships and through organisational change, cultural change, changes to funding models, and changes to the way in which we understand the notion of home and what it means to First Peoples, both when it exists and when it doesn't.
The data shows that a majority of Aboriginal Victorians in social housing are placed with either Homes Victoria or mainstream services, as opposed to those operated by Aboriginal community controlled organisations. What is Homes Victoria doing to ensure that the services it provides to Aboriginal Victorians in social housing is culturally safe?
Homes Victoria operates both in a standalone fashion, but also in partnership with organisations in the work to build capacity within First Peoples organisations. So the latter includes examples such as the entry points and the work that's being undertaken there with those pilot programs through Nguala Wollongong and through Watharonga, beg your pardon. Homes Victoria also works to embed the best possible measure of cultural safety, albeit within systems that are inherently viewed as not culturally safe themselves. This is about engagement in a range of different ways over time to understand what First Peoples' needs and aspirations are. It's about a facilitative approach rather than a punitive one, creating and implementing systems whereby complaints or questions can be raised and are encouraged to be raised to combat and to counteract the measure of fear that all too often people within that power asymmetry feel that they cannot make a complaint lest they be at risk of losing their housing.
Excuse me, Minister. So that was one of the things I thought of when Council was talking about, and it is that idea of a fair hearing. So what happens at the moment? Can you put in place what happens in Homes Victoria at the moment? What systems are in place to ensure that Aboriginal people both feel safe and also feel that they will get a fair hearing should there be any dispute, be about rent or the standard of the home or complaints from neighbours or any of the other things that happen?
So there are a few ways that complaints and questions can be raised. The problem is that when people raise those complaints, they're raising them with the system that applies in delivering on the standards that are the measurables. So it is in essence one of those things which is about oversight by the provider. There are, and by the provider, I mean Homes Victoria, not a community housing provider. The community housing sector is accountable under legislation. The Ombudsman also has a role to play.
Yeah, but what precisely are the systems that are in place right at the moment with Homes Victoria to ensure that Aboriginal people feel safe in their interactions and in any disputes or otherwise that they might have around their housing? Is there something specifically in place with Homes Victoria to ensure that Aboriginal people have a culturally safe place and a place where they feel that they will get a fair hearing?
I think the efforts are there. There are resources that go into cultural safety training, the way in which processes operate in complaints as they're raised, questions as they're raised, maintenance requests as they're raised. I think when you say that they can be sure, I don't think that we can. That all too often the very shape of the system that operates is not culturally safe. And it's about combating that operationally as well as through systemic.
There's nothing actually in place at the moment to do that. So it's more of a wish or an intention or a commitment that things will change rather than something actually being in place right now.
There are principles. So again, it is about the forum, the work of the blueprint and the steering committees. There's a range of parts of the system that come together. I think that may have been the subject of the panel discussion, but this is then about what it means for individual people. And that's as much as anything based in relationships and in trust. And it's also about partnerships with organisations.
Is there any Aboriginal staff or prefer an Aboriginal tenant place to go? Sorry. They had some issue with their premises.
There are about 190 First Peoples staff across the Department of Families, Fairness and Housing, and that includes Homes Victoria. It is also then about cultural safety and what a tenant, resident might identify. But the problem is we're saying that people need to identify the lack of cultural safety in order to seek some form of remedy. That in and of itself is a barrier because it requires that somebody identifies that they want or need a particular approach to raising a complaint.
But can can a particular tenant seek out an Aboriginal staff member for the purpose of making a complaint?
Homes Victoria, so a tenant is in a position to request a First Peoples person to assist them. Cultural safety is something which is embedded in the principles that guide many government departments. The extent to which that works, though, on the ground, I think is a very different story.
Do you know how many complaints made by First People go to First People staff?
I don't. I'm happy to look to get that information if that would assist, Commissioner.
And also for the Commissioner's benefit, Minister, you've outlined in your statement that the Victorian Public Tenants Association is also provided funding from the Department for an Aboriginal Advocacy Program that appoints identified Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tenant advocate roles for First Peoples in social housing. Do you know how many advocate roles are funded through that program?
There's one, I believe. Can I just add also, there are other programs also where, correctional post-carceral release and placement, family violence and placement. Again, the challenge is that, not the challenge, that the fact is housing weaves its way through a number of areas where support is needed. Family violence, for example, is one of the areas where First People experience persistent disadvantage and difficulty in accessing support. So there is a dedicated First Peoples approach to almost assisting with the delivery of or the access to emergency accommodation. That's the sort of thing which is happening across a range of parts of the system. It doesn't, however, happen in a joined up way, and this is where the entry points are actually really important around, guided by the forum and the way in which those entry points have been developed to have a person-centred approach rather than a portfolio-centred approach.
Just in response to that, Minister, what's your role? There's multiple entry points that'll obviously touch upon other ministerial portfolios. What's your role and what have you done about bringing other ministers together to work through the conundrum that our people find ourselves navigating?
My role sits within the work of the housing continuum that sits under the Act for my responsibilities. But it's also when we talk about, so for example, if we talk about private rentals and private rental assistance, for example, and that sits within my portfolio, but it also sits across family violence, across child protection, across disability, across health. There are many ways that intersects because of we don't live as through one lens, and dispossession for First Peoples hasn't occurred in one way. Yep. So that's about multiple portfolios within Cabinet, including through the Minister for Treaty and First Peoples, the Minister for Family Violence, Consumer Affairs, Government Services, Health, Child Protection, Disability, understanding what firstly need looks like and how need can be met, noting the really enormous gaps that exist across various parts of the system as much as anything because of the way that those systems have been designed or evolved over time.
Yeah, but thanks, Minister. Can you articulate what you're doing, you as Minister responsible for housing, in the context to our people, are bringing those other ministers together to work on a holistic or a systematic response to enable our people in this portfolio?
There are a few elements to that.
Yep.
One is funding, and this is where the work that has been part of my responsibilities has been to preserve the funding for those targets to be delivered over time. That while we look to those multi-billion-dollar investments across the state in the big housing build, in the regional housing fund, that First Peoples needs and aspirations are understood and are met. It is a competitive space looking for budgetary funding, but it's also one of the things that I'm doing with the Commonwealth that I have continued to advocate for. I have very publicly stated and will continue to advocate for a dedicated stream of funding for First Peoples through Commonwealth funding allocations. I've asked for that to be put on the agenda for the next Ministerial Council meeting later this year. I haven't been successful in securing that funding stream for First Peoples. I'm determined to see that where the Commonwealth is able to fund First Peoples housing in remote communities in the Northern Territory, that we're also able to see that funding here in Victoria. And this is where the Housing Australia Future Fund applications are about making sure that through the systems we have in Victoria, we can assist First Peoples applications to be given the primacy and the visibility that they deserve. So it happens across the state government, including with other portfolios around those entry points and that access, with the Treasurer in looking for that money and securing that money from homelessness right through to housing. And then vertically, I suppose you could say, with the Commonwealth and their significantly larger bucket of money.
Minister, could I just follow up on what Commissioner Lovett asked with sort of a practical example? Say in family violence.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got an intersection of the Minister for Prevention of Family Violence, who has to deal with a situation where you've got an Indigenous family involved, and you say a woman, Indigenous woman, who's been the subject of family violence, and your department, where we've been told that housing is the greatest single contributor to family violence situations, so that woman subjected to family violence needs a place to go, how to get it. Now, the question I think really in that situation is, do you work with the Minister for Family Violence? And if so, how do you do it? Through what? Is there a framework, or is there a, that might give you a sort of practical scene to really nut out this question about your role in bringing other ministers together to deal with overlapping situations?
There are a few parts to that question. Family violence is one of the main factors that contributes to vulnerability and to disadvantage and to violence for overwhelmingly women and children. Within the big housing build, it's around 1,000 homes will be provided to victim survivors of family violence. We know that older women are also a growing cohort of vulnerability when it comes to homelessness, rough sleeping, and we know that First Nations women and children are overrepresented in the space of family violence. It's about 11,000 applicants across the board for housing support, which identify family violence as a primary part of that request for assistance, and it's more than 5,000 of those people identify as First Peoples. So it is a hugely disproportionate number of victim survivors of family violence. This is something which has been really at the heart of a lot of the work that we've done, from the Premier right through to the Minister for Prevention of Family Violence, the Minister for Treaty and First Peoples, the Minister for Women, gender responsive budgeting, and this year's budget also identified very clearly what needs to be done. not just with funding and with support and services, but with the infrastructure that needs to go to addressing that lack of any kind of home in every sense of the term. The Commonwealth has also prioritised funding for victim survivors of family violence in the most recent Commonwealth budget. And that was part of a first minister's discussion. So the Premier is leading a lot of this work, and within the way that family violence manifests across the entire system, all ministers have a role to play in that work. It's also about users of family violence too. And this is where, again, the sorts of programs that are about behavioural change, about separation, about post-release support, and also about making sure that behaviour can change over time is one of those things. I do, however, want to note the overwhelming majority of people who perpetrate violence against women and children, First Nations women and children, are not Indigenous men.
I think the focus of the inquiry is about how you coordinate.
Yep.
You've told us that a number of ministers are involved. I mean, do you sit down over morning tea and discuss it, or do you have a formal process?
It's not morning tea, but there are a number of committees and groups where this is discussed. So I can't go into the deliberations that occur in Cabinet or in Cabinet subcommittees, but I can say that the First Peoples' experience of family violence in a system that does not exist by its design to provide cultural safety, and therefore to provide safety, is a running theme through that work.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to go to some of the key data that you've outlined in your statement and that the Commission has available to us that highlights the structural disadvantage faced by Aboriginal Victorians in that continuum that we've been discussing. First of all, as we've already discussed, the Victorian 2021 census data shows that there's a more than 20% gap between First Peoples and non-First Peoples in terms of private home ownership. As we've also discussed, there's a growth in Aboriginal Victorians accessing the private rental market, with 38% in the 2021 census data. However, as the commissioners have heard in evidence from others, among other things, average earnings are lower for Aboriginal Victorians, so that would increase vulnerability to the private rental market. That's right?
Yes.
And in addition, the recent report by Swinburne University, Excluded from the Start, highlights concerning levels of racism in the private rental market at all stages of the renter's journey, but particularly at the application stage. You're aware of that?
Yes.
In terms of social housing, I think you've accepted before that Aboriginal people are overrepresented in terms of accessing social housing. You've provided some updated data to the Commission in your statement as at March of this year. And as of that date, 4,099 First Peoples households were living in public housing, and up to 1,699 First Peoples households were in properties owned by Aboriginal Housing Victoria. The number of First Peoples households in social housing continues to increase, that's right?
Yes.
And so on the basis of the data between the 30th of June 2023 and March 2024, there was an increase of 400 First Peoples households living in public housing.
Yes.
And we've heard evidence that those figures roughly translate into about 1 in 10 First Peoples living in public housing.
Yes.
That's a huge proportion, isn't it?
Yes,
And really indicates the structural disadvantages faced by Aboriginal people in housing.
yes. It's worse than disadvantage. It's abject failure.
By whom?
By a series of governments and people and decision-making frameworks, and more than whom, by what?
Yeah, but what's are created by whom's?
People, governments of all levels, leadership, the people who have made decisions about everything from land rights through to the lack of opportunity to connect with country through the systemic racism and discrimination that that prevents either actively or indirectly people from accessing support, the lack of opportunities in parity or opportunity for employment. Employment in insecure industries, lesser rights in enforcing the rights to work, lesser access to childcare, greater interaction with child protection, lesser opportunity to access disability services. It's a really long list, and together these things amount to an aggregate of disadvantage that that of course yields the sort of results that that present ongoing barriers to not just safety and opportunity, but to any measure of pride that should be offsetting the shame.
Minister, I say this with respect. You're definitely well across the issues around our people and across your brief. And I think today I really want us to be able to focus in on what are we doing about it. We've sat in this commission and heard about our people's traumas for a long period of time now, and the continual systematic barriers for us to be able to thrive, generate wealth and so forth as well. So I think it'd be really good in responses as well to be able to articulate when you are talking about barriers, what are you doing and what is ultimately your department doing? Senior bureaucrats have come through here and admitted that the system is in crisis. And I'd really encourage us to be having, I guess, responses around what's happening about actually the issues that impact our people.
I don't know, Minister, if you wanted to respond to that or.
No, I'm happy if you can perhaps identify when you would like me to go into the details of what is being done and how things are changing. I'm trying to respond to questions as I'm getting them, and I'm really, I would really like to talk about what is being done as well as the gaps. So if you can guide me on that as we go, that would be great.
Yep. I do want to kind of wrap up the data, because I think it's important to measure the problem to understand the solutions. Can I take you to paragraph 29 of your statement? So this is in relation to Aboriginal Victorians seeking homelessness services, and you've already mentioned some data. So in 2022 to 23, First Peoples were 13 times more likely than non-First Peoples to seek assistance from homelessness services. And in the same time period, around 11,500 First Peoples, which represented close to 12% of all people, sought assistance through specialist homelessness services. And then there's a breakdown in data about the various persons who attempted to access services. So we've heard evidence that this translates to 1 in 5 Aboriginal Victorians attempting to access specialist homelessness services, compared to 1 in 50 for the general population. So you've heard kind of similar figures. As Darren Smith, CEO of Aboriginal Housing Victoria, explained in his evidence, if the numbers of Aboriginal Victorians attempting to access specialist homelessness services was replicated in the general population, that would translate to over 1 million Victorians. Now that would be a humanitarian crisis, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And I'd suggest it'd be front page news if that was the case.
I think it's already a tragedy. Whether we extrapolate that out to the general population or not, it's already a tragedy.
Why do you think then that the same level of attention is not given to the issue as it relates to Aboriginal Victorians?
Because I think that there is a persistent ignorance and a persistent and all too often willful ignorance that's based in racism. It's based in prejudice. It's based in, I think, an inability to accept responsibility. And I said this at the last hearing. One of the things that was said to me very early on around the work to do from here and the work to assist First Peoples is, why should we fix the problems that you created, you as in governments? And I think that this is an example of, again, systems continuing to perpetuate all sorts of discrimination. And that includes the way in which public conversation happens around these issues. So the front page that you talk about won't be a front page because we continue to revert to our own prejudiced misunderstanding of what home means, what a denial of home looks like, and what is needed to address that problem and that crisis.
If I can go to paragraph 31 of your statement.
Up.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner.
I just wanted to bring up 30 before paragraph 30.
Yes.
There's a sentence in there of those sleeping rough who accessed homelessness services in 2022 and 23, 43% of First Peoples were female.
Yes.
Is that of any concern to the government?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A big number.
And we also see that within the homelessness and rough sleeping space, women continue to be overrepresented as a growth area. And that includes First Peoples women, yes.
That's really high concern. I think it goes on to talk about youth as well. And I'm wondering, is that a continuation of the child protection system, or?
I think it's a range of factors, and yes, child protection is a component of that. I think some of the materials that are set out at the back of my statement do refer to the interface with child protection and that system. The challenge is, as much as anything, that we don't know where the data sits in relation to people. We have data against certain points of the system, but it doesn't carry through to what an individual person, young person, woman, victim, survivor of family violence is experiencing a range of other ways that require a person-centred approach to fix, including a home.
It's really concerning. Our women are overrepresented in the prison system.
Yes.
Homelessness, family violence. It's not really setting our women up for a really good family life.
No.
Or being a mother, or being a sister, or I have safety, really quite safety concerned about any woman on the street, but the overrepresentation of Aboriginal women and the vulnerability they have is even worse for me.
It's also an exacerbation where there's intersectionality. So women with disabilities.
Get that, I totally get that. And that's where what Commissioner Lovett was saying around, what are we doing? Are we talking to the other?
Yes.
Because as Council pointed out, we're at crisis. And to see that in a statement from the government is really concerning.
The budget that we handed down, the gender responsive budget, actually acknowledges the disproportionate impact felt by women across a range of different areas. And that's where understanding where and how that funding goes to women to address that disadvantage and that lack of safety and that lack of opportunity is part of what the Victorian budget now does, is a separate whole of state budget that's issued on budget day.
Can I just say the 43% don't care about government's budgets, they care about outcomes and about being alive. So I just want to point that out, that if we don't start seeing stuff on the ground and this number continues, we're not going to have many women left.
And I also say we've got a gender responsive budget. Why can't we have a First Peoples responsive budget? Why is it? Because I share Commissioner Lovett's exasperation. We keep talking and people saying, yes, this is terrible, as if somehow this is just the way things are and nobody can do anything about it. But clearly that's not the case. The state is in the prime position to do something about it and do something about it now. And yet we don't seem to be getting much in the way of transformational change. Everything seems to be at the beginning. We get maybe a pilot. There doesn't seem much will to actually change things, and that's deeply frustrating. Mm. We don't need to be told how bad things we are, but we know.
Can I respond to that? I'm trying not to be defensive, and this is where, again, I'm trying to, I suppose, outline how we've gotten to where we're at. We are making progress through the forum and through Manana, Wanti and Matakut, and through the leadership of the 38 organisations and Aboriginal Housing Victoria and those entry points. And we do have funding which is about responding to First Peoples' experiences of homelessness and tenancy support. Again, there is a lot of work happening, but when I give answers, it's not that I'm trying to be defensive. I want to make sure that we can have that conversation whilst I'm not giving any impression that the system is perfect, but there is a lot happening.
With respect, there have been forums that have been operating for 30 plus years without appreciable change. So being told that the forum is meeting does not give myself as a commissioner any comfort that that is actually leading to change. It just seems like more bureaucracy to give the illusion of concern.
There are transfers of houses taking place. There are targets in place that are guiding the way in which housing is made available. There is work around maintenance, around complaints, the steward role through the blueprint, the regional trials that we're undertaking, the delivery through the Social Housing Growth Fund. Homes Victoria is working in a way that it hasn't worked before. And you're right, these systems have been in place and have presented all sorts of barriers for decades and decades and decades, and that was talked to earlier in my statement. But it's about partnership and about money, and it's about decision making that also doesn't seek to hand a broken system to the idea of self-determination, that we are fixing what we can and that we're mainstreaming better outcomes as well as providing support for capacity within First Peoples organisations.
Minister, perhaps you can explain what is being done in this homelessness area.
The work of First Peoples' experiences of homelessness comes against the backdrop of the very thing that we started talking about, that homes were taken and that homelessness is our creation. Within the 24-25 budget, there's $16.1 million to assist with self-determined approaches to First Peoples homelessness. So that's funding that could include an expansion of the entry points, and that's work that the forum has guided in the way in which those entry points operate. The Aboriginal Corrective Housing Partnerships Initiative, the Aboriginal Private Rental Assistance Program, and expanding that to additional sites.
But I suppose when I said homelessness, I mean people who are on the streets. What is that $16 million? What's it used for in relation to those people?
So if we take the entry points and the expansion, so Ngualla, Willambong, and Watherong, and the work that they're doing, that's about outreach and inreach. So when people are experiencing homelessness, having that provision of crisis accommodation and support, where child protection is involved, it's then about working with child protection officers and agencies. It's about cultural safety, because again, where that doesn't exist, First Peoples may be so deterred that they're not seeking assistance, because it's such a deterrent that there isn't a space that is safe.
So the 16 million buys properties, does it? It means, sorry, it's money that goes to ACCOs to provide actual residences and staff who do the outreach, so that people on the street can be approached and then provided with accommodation. Is that the way it works on the ground?
It's also programs. So if, for example, we take the Aboriginal Private Rental Assistance Program, so that's about $5.8 million on top of those who are on the Victorian Housing Register. As I said earlier, when you take pressure off, well, you apply pressure to one part of the system, it comes out somewhere else. So that's assisted about 1,000 families. So it started in 2020, and the work is about Aboriginal Housing Victoria, doing that work to deliver that housing support to keep people in their homes. We would like to continue, and I want to continue doing everything we can to keep people in homes, and then to simultaneously support people who are not in homes to get into them.
This is the scheme that provides up a maximum of $7,000, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is really pitiful, isn't it, in relation to a year's rent for people who are finding it difficult to stay in private rental accommodation.
There's a range of other supports though. So it might be bond assistance, it might be work around helping people in arrears. Through the whole of...
Are you disagreeing with me that that's a very small amount in the context of that scheme? Like, it's a good scheme, but when you look at what it actually provides, it's no use having bond assistance if people are suffering, as we know from the data, across the board, lesser median incomes than non-Indigenous people. So you get them into accommodation, but by providing, if you like, inadequate income support, you're setting up a system to fail, aren't you?
I don't think we're setting it up to fail. I think it does fail. I don't think it's the intention to pay lip service to what's needed.
I don't mean about intention. I just mean about the dynamics of the system. The bits of the system mean that in a lot of cases, you're targeting people whose income is depressed, and then you support them with an amount which can't rectify the disadvantage.
Yes, and I think that comes down to housing and how we provide housing fundamentally as well.
Money.
Well, money plus housing plus program and person support.
I really was actually more interested in the beginning in what you're doing about homeless people, and my concept of that, and I could be wrong, but it's not the private rental market, it's people who are living rough on the streets.
And this is where the homelessness to a home, the housing first work, the way in which those things come together is imperfect because of the lack of money. But it's also a challenge, an incredible challenge for First Peoples organisations to be able to provide the support to people who are homeless or vulnerable to homelessness because of the sheer number of people who are in that situation.
Well, this gets us back to the question Commissioner Lovett asked about what can you as Minister for Housing, or what do you as Minister for Housing do vis-a-vis other ministers to get this moving? And an example might be funding, say, of this private rental assistance scheme. I mean, can you knock on doors and explain that you've got here a gross disproportionate amount of the population in the First Nations community, and it can be fixed by money and not all that much of it, as I would imagine.
I think
So
it,
do you, well, I'm focusing on what you, the Minister, can do and do to rectify what seems, I think you've agreed that it's an unacceptable situation.
I've absolutely agreed that it's unacceptable. I think it's about money, but it's also about process, particularly when it comes to accreditation and registration in that piece around cultural safety.
So what do you do about
I am constantly advocating for more money for First Peoples and within the housing space, within homelessness and crisis accommodation, transitional housing, social housing and affordable housing. I spoke earlier to the advocacy that I have continued with the Commonwealth, for example. The funding that we have is insufficient. The processes that we have are a deterrent on the question of registration and accreditation. And I think the cultural load that is being borne by the registered housing providers that we have is enormous. This is where, again, I think Homes Victoria is providing, and it's my expectation will continue to provide support for other organisations to become accredited, to build that scale, so that people in risk of homelessness or experiencing and living with homelessness have that person-centred support that they need. Money, programs, processes, cultural safety.
With that 7,000, does that resolve the barrier around private rental for First Peoples?
Oh,
So it's all good and well when we talk about the 7,000, but that, I mean, if we're looking at cultural safety.
absolutely. Cultural safety, and again, it is a huge barrier. And this is where, to the point that was raised earlier about the front page of a paper, it's all too easy to find a reason as to why a First Nations person or family shouldn't be given a residential tenancy. I co-chair the Ministerial Housing and Homelessness Ministerial Advisory Group, and we have two First Peoples representatives on that group. It consistently comes up within community housing providers and as well as the private rental market. I've spoken with the community housing group, the peak body CHIA, around my expectation that it will do more actively to break down those
Yeah, but the
challenges.
7,000 is all good and well for private rental, but we can't even access it because there's these barriers. So the 7,000 doesn't really work for First Peoples.
I think that, so there have been 1,300 families that have been assisted, but it's only one component of what needs to be done. I don't think it's adequate to the point that you have both raised. But the lack of safety is often the reason that, you know, and experience of discrimination, outright racism, is one of the challenges around even finding a place to be able to move into. And that's why the transfers of property and having a First Nations landlord is really important.
So have you approached the Real Estate Institute or the organisation that governs agents to encourage them as a first step to implant philosophy that in effect outlaws racism in their activities?
It's already illegal. It's already illegal to deny somebody a service on the basis of a protected attribute. It's about what happens on the ground, though. And the problem is that I see and hear constant examples of how somebody who has put in an expression of interest or an application is turned down either at the outset, or if the application's been made under a separate provider name, for example, once somebody realises that the tenant will be First Nations person or family. So that the law is already there, but it's not working.
That's
Has it
the
ever-
point. How
sorry,
do you
has it
get it
been
to?
enforced? Like, is that law, is that,
There are matters that become complaints, for example, to the Equal Opportunity Commission. I don't have the detail of those complaints or investigations because they are almost always private. But that's another barrier, is actually making that complaint and seeking that investigation, because people don't want to ruin their prospects of getting a rental home in the non-First Peoples market, I should say.
And on those issues, for the Commissioner's information, the recommendations arising from the Aboriginal Private Rental Access in Victoria report excluded from the start, which was authored by the Commissioner for Residential Tenancies, Aboriginal Housing Victoria, Victoria Legal Aid and the Consumer Policy Research Centre, includes some recommendations directed to the Real Estate Institute of Victoria to deliver training on Aboriginal cultural safety to the real estate industry, and that Aboriginal Housing Victoria, with the Real Estate Institute, investigate the feasibility of a targeted program to recruit and train Aboriginal property managers. And there's also another recommendation that the project partners work with relevant Aboriginal community controlled organisations and the Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission to identify and better address discriminatory conduct. Minister, are you aware of those types of recommendations following that report?
Yes.
And you support those recommendations?
Absolutely.
Unless there are other, I'll move on to some other questions, but I just wanted to say if the Commissioners had any follow-up.
I'm just wondering on that last issue about ages, because it seems to be a really embedded problem of racism. Have you given thought to the idea that where you get a complaint which your department regards as substantiated racism by a real estate agent, that government actually actively opposes the grant of a real estate license to that particular person in the future? Because nothing encourages good behaviour than self-interest. It's all very well having the law and the Equal Opportunity Commission, but if you had one objection to the renewal of a licence based on racist conduct, I expect you'd see a rapid change rather than a business as usual situation.
I think there are challenges around people making complaints in the first instance, but
You only need
I think
one.
that-
You only need one.
and I think that where, for example, a complaint's made to the Equal Opportunity Commission or to Consumer Affairs, it would be very useful to your point earlier, move into the space of self-interest in what that looks like. Not dissimilar to having safe systems at work and the way in which prosecution can occur there. Having safe systems of the provision of services is something that I think might build on the prohibitions on discriminating against somebody on the basis of race, amongst other things, within that piece of law. Within the private rental market, I don't want to speak for the Minister for Government Services, Minister Gabrielle Williams, because she has oversight for that work, but there is residential dispute resolution Victoria, Rental Dispute Resolution Victoria, I beg your pardon, and a task force that has been set up, including as part of the reforms in the housing statement. That is about those relationships and about making sure that the relationships can be not just supported to continue, but that good behaviour can be encouraged. So no matter how much we put as a stick, we need a relationship to be able to continue to operate for a landlord in a really pressed rental market to be able to do what it needs to do as the right thing.
Chair, is that a convenient moment for a 15-minute break?
Yes. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
15 minutes,
Yes.
11:05.
Famous last words, but I remain on track to finish by 12:15.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, if I can take you to page 13 of the 2022 annual report card against the framework, which was developed by the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum. And if we can just focus on the graph. This is a little out of date because it's from 2021 to 2022 data, but it just shows the rate of persons attempting to access specialist homelessness services in Victoria. And you'll see that the top line is Aboriginal Victorians. The second line is Aboriginal people more generally in Australia. The third line is non-Indigenous people in Victoria, and the fourth line, dotted line at the bottom, is non-Indigenous people in Australia generally. The concerning aspect of this graph is that in Victoria, Aboriginal Victorians outperform Aboriginal people in every other state and territory in terms of attempting to access specialist housing, and it's getting worse for them at a higher rate than it is for non-Indigenous people. Why do you think? Yes, that's the 2022 report card, annual report card for
Six.
tab 6, is it? Yes.
What page?
13.
13. No, it's not tab 6. Sorry, not.
Is it tab 5?
It's tab 4. Yep, tab 4.
Tab 4. That's page 13. So my question, Minister, is why do you think Victoria is underperforming regarding Aboriginal Victorians, including at a more rapid rate than others?
I think we're seeing an increase in people seeking assistance in Victoria, and that coupled with a growing First Peoples population and a lack of the scale of funding and supply means that while we do have a target that will mean that we will have 50% growth by the end of 26-27, that's not enough to address demand.
And I'll ask some questions about the big housing build and that need for extra supply in the market shortly. But this kind of increasing attempts to access specialist homelessness service obviously puts pressure on the Victorian Housing Register, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And the Victorian Housing Register is essentially the wait list for new or transfer applications for people in social housing, that's
Yeah.
right? And so you highlight in your statement that as at March 2024, 5,222 new First Peoples households were waiting for social housing, and 1,272 were waiting to transfer from one property to another. So if my maths is right, that's 6,464 First Nations households on the register as at March 2024.
Yes.
Now, based on the government's data that we have, the overwhelming majority of those households, about 2/3, are in the category of priority access. That's right.
Yes.
And that category is for people with urgent need for
Yes.
housing.
As distinct from emergency accommodation. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, which is not to say that they're not emergencies. It's just the way in which that's categorised as distinct from natural disaster, for example.
What's your understanding of what the typical problems being faced by persons who are in the category of priority access are?
Priority access might mean somebody living with disability where adjustments are required to be made, somebody who is a victim survivor of family violence. There are a couple of examples.
Can I take you to paragraph 73 of your statement then? If we can highlight paragraph 73, thank you. The last two sentences, if you could just read that out, please, Minister.
On average, households housed via the priority access or priority transfer category on the Victorian Housing Register waited an average of 18.1 months for housing against a target of 10.5 months in 2022-23. This is clearly unacceptable.
That's an astounding wait time, isn't it,
Yes.
for people in urgent need? And that just highlights the very supply issues that you've already raised. What, in your view, is or needs to be done to bring down that wait list for people in the priority access or transfer categories?
Firstly, more housing. And this is where, again, their targets in the big housing build are important. All up, the commitment is for 1,023 homes for First Nations people. There have been 165 that have been delivered with 260 contracted. That's funded to 26-27. We spent about 50% of the big housing build to date. And over the next couple of years, additional housing will come online to get us to what I would like to see under Manana, Aunty and Matakut, 1,500 homes. There's also the Social Housing Guarantee Fund, so the minimum target of 420 homes that will be achieved. Social Housing Accelerator Fund, which is a 10% target. Regional Housing Package, which is a 10% target. The Building Work Stimulus Package of $35 million. And this is where the Commonwealth is funding 40,000 homes overall. And I am, as I said before, advocating in the absence of a dedicated stream for First Nations housing for as much of that housing as possible, noting that in the Northern Territory, there's a dedicated fund. And to my mind, it's not only appropriate, but necessary that that be the case here.
Just in terms of all of those actions that are being taken to deal with this issue, it's the middle of 2024 now, and over a number of years, it appears as though the data for Aboriginal Victorians on certain issues, particularly in social housing, continue to get worse. Now, you've had the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs Framework in operation since 2018. In 2020, there was the release of the Victorian Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Framework. Then there was the development of the blueprint for an Aboriginal specific homeless system. And in 2020, you also had the announcement of the $5.3 billion investment in the big housing build, including 820 new Aboriginal social housing properties. So if the data's gone backwards in the time that all that has occurred, how can Aboriginal Victorians trust that things will get better on the basis of the programs that you've outlined?
I think trust is a really hard thing to establish when it's been broken so many times over. What we are seeing now, though, is the numbers across the waitlist, the register, beginning to not only plateau but to slightly drop. What we are doing is working, and it's about continuing the things that work, about improving the things that need improvement, including through registration and accreditation. And it's about stopping the things that don't work and filling in the areas where there is no system whatsoever. We also have an allocation of support for homelessness funding in Victoria, which is the largest out of any of the jurisdictions around Australia. We have had until very recently, I think it's just last week, New South Wales has announced $6.6 billion into social housing, but announced as part of the 2020 big housing build and the regional package, the largest investment in new homes and the targets that are informed by and guided by Manana, Aunty and Mantakut. First Peoples would be well understood not to trust government for all of the reasons that we discussed in the first part of this hearing. But the investment that we have made is unlike any of the investments that we've made in the past, and the approaches that we've taken through the blueprint, the forum, the entry points, and the ongoing work that might well be informed by treaty or treaties, is part of doing things differently. And I think we are starting to see that the things that are being done differently are having an impact.
Minister, you've mentioned a couple of times reference to registration, and I take that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I take that to mean the registration of ACCOs as housing providers in aid of self-determination policy, so that you would have Indigenous-led organisations receiving funding for providing housing in various forms. Is that right? Is that understanding correct?
Yes.
So what is it that you were referring to when you're talking about making registration easier? What's the problem and how's it being addressed?
I think registration, I think it is costly and time consuming, and it requires navigating a system that is, I think, very rigid in applying the standards that need to be able to be demonstrated within existing frameworks. I think that the work that Homes Victoria is doing to assist Aboriginal Housing Victoria in its stewardship role, but additional ACCOs that are looking to be accredited or to apply for and seek grants where they are interested in being accredited is some measure of trying to alleviate some of those burdens. I think that there are other areas, though, around payment, around resourcing, around decision-making that apply very rigidly and apply in a very uniform, bedded down, static way. And I think that there is significant opportunity for that to become easier and to become better.
Because some of those ACCOs have been providing housing, community housing, without being registered, and have been doing it for decades, 2 decades, I think, in some cases. And they haven't been subject to an application registration process, but have been fine.
Some ACCOs don't wish to seek accreditation, and Homes Victoria does provide assistance in the way in which housing might be provided by organisations who are not accredited. Accreditation is a stream that, where it is sought, though, as I said, can often be really difficult and really unwieldy. I'm turning my mind to, and I have been for some time. I've been in the portfolio since October, so since I began in the portfolio, to understanding what the objectives of registration are. And they are to preserve at the first principle the standards that apply in the housing that is delivered to residents and to tenants. And those standards are of crucial importance. Condition of properties, the way in which the system of regulation of housing happens. But it's then also about saying, how do we understand that to get to that end point in a way where systems have otherwise been intensely discriminatory or exclusionary, things need to be done differently. So how can that be about assisting ACCOs, communities, organisations, not only to seek accreditation, but to partner better with other mainstream organisations if they don't wish to seek accreditation directly? And that comes back to cultural safety in non-First Peoples organisations.
It just sounds to me curious that some organisations which have been delivering community housing and apparently satisfactorily now have to go through this hoop in order to get funding. I mean, isn't that antithetical to the notion of self-determination? Like, why aren't these ACCOs funded to do the job they have been doing in the past on their own funding? And I mean, once you insert I mean, I know you say it's protective of tenants, but can't you trust ACCOs to look after their tenants without having an accreditation process at all?
I think where accreditation is not sought by an organisation, that the system that applies those standards is embedded in an approach that engages with accreditation as the framework for setting those standards. I don't want to sound, that sounds waffly, it's not intended to. That the standards that apply need to apply uniformly, and that accreditation has been applied as the way in which those standards can apply uniformly. The thing that have been turning my mind to, and have been having discussions with Aboriginal Housing Victoria and with others around, is how do we get to the point where organisations, whether they seek accreditation or not, are supported and equipped, resourced to be able to do that. And that comes with the parity across First Peoples communities, as well as within the system more broadly.
Just building on Commissioner North's questions, the framework itself recommended that consideration be given to more flexible criteria.
Yes.
Associated with the registration and accreditation process and access to funds. It is, in terms of your thinking on the issue, is that partly in response or wholly in response to that type of recommendation?
No, it's not in response to that recommendation. I suppose the recommendation confirms a number of my concerns about what doesn't work, about the obstacles and the barriers. And that's the case across a range of different areas within the housing portfolio. Whether that's access to wraparound services with the entry points, whether that's the accreditation process, whether that's the funding and grants application process, reimbursement of fees, transfer of properties, and the costs associated with that. It reflects, however, the things that I have been thinking about how to improve, and the thinking that I have that where we can make housing about people, and we can make the life experience through which housing runs about the person whose life it is, and that lived experience, then we may yet have a more holistic approach that breaks down some of those issues around vulnerability or disadvantage.
With
That's
all
all.
due respect, Minister, the state and the rules and requirements set out by the state have not delivered outcomes for the community. I trust ACCOs to deliver a safer option of housing for our people.
Yes, and we want to assist ACCOs to be able to provide housing.
And your answer in terms of the holistic view of the system is laudable and important, but Minister, in terms of money on the table, the big housing build is a significant investment from the Victorian government. And currently, in terms of grant rounds, only registered housing organisations have access to applying for those grants. Are you concerned that by the time the government reaches a landing on the flexibility that might be offered for access to funds, it'll be too late because all of the money will have been spent?
It's not only ACCOs that have access to that funding. There are partnership mechanisms that work there too. So as I said, when ACCOs are not seeking accreditation and they can partner with a provider, and this is where CHIA comes in, and it's where the work of Aboriginal Housing Victoria comes in, that this can actually provide a measure of access to those grant funds. The big housing build will have acquitted, it's $5.3 billion by the fourth quarter of 2027-28. That will be acquitted. So we're about 50% of the way along now. Within that work, we've got those targets, and within those grants rounds, alleviating the barriers that exist around accessing funding might come through a range of different ways, including through making it easier to partner, including by defraying costs by payments along the way rather than at the end, a range of flexibilities around the sort of housing that is sought to be provided, and assisting those that are currently in the process of working through an accreditation process.
On the supply issue, you admit in your statement that the modelling that's been performed in the framework of requiring 300 new houses a year to meet demand by 2036 will not be met by the numbers of houses committed for Aboriginal social housing under the big housing build or the social housing accelerator or the regional housing fund. What active steps are the government taking in relation to planning to meet that inevitable supply demand shortfall?
We've got around 9,500 homes within the big housing build that are either completed or underway. And within the work that we've been doing to date, we are tracking for the 10% target to be realised over time. Now, Manana, Aunty and Matakut has got the target within it that we will struggle to meet. But we're also seeing progress against minimum targets, for example, in the Social Housing Growth Fund, that 420 minimum target will actually be achieved. So we're seeing a pretty disparate set of outcomes here, and there's a number of things that we can see across First Peoples housing that are occurring in the broader housing market as well. But I think the impact is felt disproportionately worse and experienced disproportionately worse for First Peoples.
And another, an important element that you discuss in your statement, in relation to both funding and supply are opportunities with the Commonwealth through the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Mm.
So you mentioned this in your statement at paragraphs 81 and 82. And you mentioned that you've been actively working with the Forum and the Commonwealth to maximise First Peoples housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund. And that fund aims to build 40,000 homes across Australia with a total investment of 10 billion over 10 years. And you've written to the Commonwealth advocating for a dedicated funding for First Peoples housing and in support of a dedicated national First Peoples housing and homelessness plan. And in paragraph 82, you mentioned that the first round of the fund's funding did not include specific targets for First Peoples housing, although you're aware that submissions were lodged for dedicated First Peoples housing in Victoria. Clearly you believe in targets because you're advocating for them at that level. Are you disappointed that targets for First Peoples housing wasn't included in the Housing Australia Future Fund?
I am disappointed, and I'm determined to continue to advocate for a dedicated funding stream for First Peoples housing. We have worked to make sure that within the Social Housing Growth Fund and the applications that have come in under that, they have been part of applications to the HAF. There's about 21% of the applications from Victoria to the Commonwealth are for First Peoples housing organisations. And this is where we do want to make sure that wherever possible, Victoria can influence, as I say in my statement, the way in which decisions are taken in future rounds of housing, noting that the Commonwealth is prepared to accept the gaps, and its decisions in the Northern Territory show that. And I'm heartened by that decision and by the opportunities that we have to continue to advocate in a way that secures an outcome in similar proportionate terms. One of the other challenges we have is definitional. The Commonwealth understands well the nature of rural housing in other states and territories, but there are problems with its understanding of rural housing in Victoria. That's one example of the sorts of things that Victoria is doing around advocating for a better understanding of the Victorian housing landscape and the continuum there. And the states are doing a lot of work in understanding collectively what it means to act on homelessness. We've secured $451 million in the Commonwealth's recent budget. That doesn't do enough to enable us to address the sorts of challenges that we spoke about earlier, the volume of challenge. We know that, for example, access to services has nearly doubled since 2011 and 12, from 10.2% in 2011-12 to 16.9% in 21-22. So access is increasing, but so is demand. And I'm pointing that out to the Commonwealth. Officials are engaged in ongoing discussions with the Commonwealth about First Nations disadvantage as it relates to housing and to homelessness within those discussions about Commonwealth funding.
And I don't want to undermine your negotiations with your ministerial colleagues, but what confidence do you have that your advocacy might bear fruit?
You mean ministerial colleagues at an interstate, interjurisdictional level, or
Yes.
at a state level?
Interjurisdictional, I mean.
I'm leading the charge in a pretty vocal way for Victoria. I've asked that it be on the agenda for the next ministerial council meeting. I'm applying myself to this work because it's not good enough that we don't have a dedicated stream of funding for First Nations housing, where the Commonwealth budget has articulated the importance of funding for victim survivors of family violence who are represented and overrepresented in First Peoples experiences, and young people who are represented in First Peoples experiences, but who are not named specifically. I think that can change, and I'm continuing to urge my colleagues to not only come to the same conclusion, but to support that work to secure it.
Can I just ask some questions about funding and historic funding levels? If I can go to page 27 of the 2022 report card under the framework. So this is back to tab 4, Commissioners. And it's page 27. Had it. Yes. If we can highlight the graph, please. So this is based on Productivity Commission data that shows Victorian government spending on social housing per head of population between 2014 and 2015 to 2020 and 2021. Now, I should be clear, this is about operating expenditure.
Yes.
So it's not capital expenditure. So it doesn't include the announcement of the big housing build in November 2020, and the commentary makes that clear. But nonetheless, this shows a significant underinvestment in operational funding for social housing in Victoria, doesn't it?
For 2020, 2021, yes.
And clearly that's rising. And again, in terms of the figures that you've provided us in your statement and in the annexure, rising again. But does that mean that Victoria is constantly playing catch up in terms of housing policy and funding in the circumstances of that historical underinvestment?
I think Victoria has been playing catch up, and I think the amount of investment means that significant progress has been made. That's a challenge, however, against increasing population numbers, and we're already at more than 7 million people in Victoria. We're going to go up to around 8.8 million people in Victoria by 2041. And so we're going to need to continue to invest in social housing across the board. And that's what the big housing build is about. And the Social Housing Accelerator and the Regional Housing Fund. It is unprecedented funding, but with that comes the need to make unprecedented funding in other parts of the continuum, specifically in homelessness. And this is where, again, the Commonwealth's investment of $451 million does not address that need. It requires Victoria to match funding, and we already more than do that. But there is always more work to do, not just in the response, but in the early intervention and prevention work as well.
I mean, what these figures do show is a very clear upswing in spending in Victoria compared to almost static on the Australia-wide figures. So there is a sort of a positive side to that story as well, isn't there?
Until last week, when New South Wales announced $6.6 billion, Victoria was absolutely head and shoulders above other jurisdictions. But all that says is that has begun to turn things around, but there is still so much more work to do. And the 40,000 target for the Commonwealth is significant, but unless it's matched by the sort of operational funding that is not reflected in recent Commonwealth government budget announcements, then we are going to struggle to address that need alongside the rest of the population growth challenges. And the housing statement makes this really clear that if we are to meet the challenges of population growth, whether it's through private housing, through social housing, build to rent, the ground lease model, we're going to need to throw everything we have at it, which is what's underpinned the housing statement and the redevelopment of sites and the work that we're doing to deliver social housing.
And I want to ask some questions about the housing statement in a second, but just to cover off on the funding issue, am I right in saying that the government has a commitment to progressively increase the proportion of dedicated housing funding for First Nations housing issues to 10% by, I think, 2029? Is that right?
There is a 10% target, and that is about making sure that we have that representation. So the big housing build and the social housing growth fund is 820 homes, the social housing accelerator 73, the regional housing fund 130, and that's the 1,023 number. And as I said earlier, of that, 165 have been completed, 30 more are imminent, and 260 have been contracted. Commonwealth funding, though, again, and I'm wanting to talk to the joined up approach of this without being perceived to be kicking the can to somebody else. But we do need to see that funding to make the most of what we've done. And the Commonwealth has done it with the social housing accelerator, $496 million, and that'll deliver around 679 additional homes. So that work needs to continue, again with targets and again with those measurable commitments.
And in terms of that percentage proportion of funding, as your annexure makes clear, the percentage of homelessness funding dedicated to First Peoples has increased from 2.91% in 2021 to 22 to 5.38% in 2023 to 2024. And so there has been an increase in an attempt to reach that 10% target, and a quite significant increase over a period of 2 years. Is that right?
Yes, there's $16.1 million in self-determined approaches to address First Peoples homelessness, which we spoke about earlier. And then there's the Housing First funding, which is $16.7 million, and a proportion of that will be for First Peoples housing. I am, again, in the process of throwing everything I have at that to make sure that dedicated allocations to First Peoples are made available.
And so my understanding of the 16.1 million that you mentioned that was announced as part of the most recent Victorian state budget, that the use of that funding, as you outline in your annexure, will be determined by the Forum and the Blueprint Steering Committee. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so Aboriginal community controlled organisations will play a direct role in determining the use of that funds.
Yes.
And is that the type of potential, I suppose, you see in the development of the Forum, which has been in existence since 2019? Are you open to further opportunities of that type of engagement and partnership with the Aboriginal community controlled sector in terms of funding allocations and priority setting?
Absolutely. And I just say also that builds on the work that happened over a number of years. My predecessor, Richard Wynne, did a power of work to be able to launch that program as part of Manana Wontian Matakut. And the strategic goals of the framework are very much about self-determination, are very much about delivering outcomes that are grounded in a transition of power and responsibility at the same time as support and partnership from Homes Victoria. And that's borne out in the structure of other parts of the blueprint and the steering committee.
And in terms of the framework, has the government committed to the implementation of the framework in full?
Yes.
And a number of projects have arisen or been strengthened as a result of the framework. So you've already mentioned the pilot project on entry points in terms of two Aboriginal community controlled organisations having dedicated staff to provide support for people accessing specialist homelessness services. Are you hopeful that that program can be expanded subject to its evaluation?
Its evaluation is being considered by a procurement process, and that is being guided and determined by the forum. The approaches to address First Peoples homelessness through the $16.1 million in this year's budget might well include the entry points expansion. We know that this work is already having an impact. When it was announced in December last year, it couldn't come soon enough. But we are seeing that Ngualla and Watherong are able to reach more people and are able to share what is working. Two representatives on the Ministerial Advisory Group who attended, the most recent meeting was actually only a couple of weeks ago, about the impact of the entry points. Ngualla Wollongong has in fact secured further work within Melbourne CBD. And when the forum, should it determine that expansion of the entry points should occur, then I will be guided by those decisions and do everything I can to make sure that that is able to happen.
A program that we've discussed, and in particular between you and Commissioner Hunter, is the Aboriginal Private Rental Assistance Program. So it's an embedded program now that's been expanded to 10 departmental regions out of 17. But nonetheless, there are 7 department local areas where it is not available currently. Your statement mentions that there's a current evaluation of that program with the potential for full expansion subject to that evaluation. It's clear from recent funding commitments that it's, if I can put it this way, a popular program, that some top-up funds were provided recently to meet demand. Is that in of itself really a sign of success for you? And are you confident that if the evaluation recommends full expansion, that the government will be in a position to do so?
I can't comment on what the outcomes of a budget bid might be. But back to the comments you were making earlier, Commissioner Hunter and Commissioner North, I think it's having an impact. Whether that impact is sufficient remains to be seen around what the outcomes are into the longer term about people staying in housing. Guided by the forum and what it wishes to do on self-determined approaches, including as they relate to an expansion of the private rental assistance program, I again would make sure that I advocated for that on the basis that it has been identified by and for and with First Nations communities and organisations, including AHV, around what it can achieve.
Now, also, your answer raises a question about programs across the continuum. And obviously there's a significant gap, as we've discussed a number of times, in terms of home ownership for First Nations people. Now I know it is a program operated by the Department of Treasury rather than your own department, but the Shared Equity Home Buyers Fund has had some recent success with 57 First Nations people accessing that fund over the previous 2 years, following some significant changes to criteria. What opportunities do you see in those types of programs to build home ownership for Aboriginal Victorians?
Again, without wanting to tread on the Treasurer's toes, I think you will be hearing from him shortly. I think that programs like the Shared Equity Homebuyer Fund, which remove the comparative barriers, for example, through a lesser requirement, so from 5% in a non-First Peoples application through to 3.5%, dismantle some of the existing disadvantages around the inability to create wealth intergenerationally and therefore an inability to access private home ownership. Again, the objective of that program is to remove the barriers that have required in a hugely expensive private housing market the barriers for anyone to ever even consider home ownership. It's never been harder to own a home. I think that this work is really important, and it's also about how that translates into the Commonwealth's obligations and responsibilities with the Help to Buy scheme as the home buyers equity scheme at a Victorian level moves into that space within the federal space.
I want to ask some questions about some of the programs that the Victorian government is developing or has developed in relation to certain vulnerable subgroups. First, in terms of young people leaving care, this is at your statement at paragraph 125. Mentioned in your statement that you've commissioned the department to explore the costs, benefits and implementation approach for a home ownership scheme for young First Peoples who are exiting care services, and for the department to present you with options in the next financial year on a business case. I'm just interested in what led you to commission the department to perform such a task, and why is that important to you as Minister?
Because I see that the financial obstacles experienced in a disproportionately greater way by young First Peoples who are exiting care services amplify whole of life loss and entrenched lack of opportunity. And I think that where we can innovate at any point along the way, whether it's the Village 21 program, whether it's the entry points, or whether there's an opportunity for a home ownership scheme, that starts to close some of the gaps that then become an abyss if left unchecked that is impossible to scale.
Mister, can I ask, I guess I'm a little bit, young people coming out of care, I'm just wondering how that would be possible for them to go into home ownership. I'm sort of wondering whether there needs to be, it seems like a big leap to come out of care at age 18 into home ownership, and was wondering whether it's a secure tenancy or until they reach that sort of, where we know the brain catches up to the body at age 25. I'm just wondering how you think that might work. I just sort of see lots of opportunities for disasters that may actually prevent young people owning a home in the future because they muck things up at age 18. I know I would have. And I suspect most people would at 18, moving into a home ownership scheme.
So exiting care services, and again, when we talk about the partnership with VACCA and Kids Undercover, for example, there is a long-term process around secure housing in that space for young First Nations people. There are stepped supports that are very much geared toward that measure of certainty. So it might be something like the Village 21 sites. It might be Room to Move and the Melbourne City Missions work. It's also then about home ownership as well. So if it presents as an opportunity that there is something there to enable that to happen, rather than saying that in all instances it won't be within the reach of a young person, I'd just like to see what that looks like, because I think we need to think differently around that continuum and how First Peoples can access every part of it in a beneficial way, whether that's homelessness services or right through to private ownership. So it's part of a whole spectrum of things that I'm looking at.
Then just in terms of issues of family violence, as data shows from the department itself, First Peoples in Victoria are 15 times more likely to be experiencing family violence, mental health issues, or rough sleeping in terms of those accessing specialist homelessness services. The 2016 Family Violence Royal Commission found that First Peoples refuges were performing an important role but had limited availability. And since that time, only another, at that time 4 refuges existed, and 3 more have subsequently been funded 8 years later. Are you concerned that that's an insufficient response to the Royal Commission findings in relation to the importance of First Peoples refuges?
I think as a response, the objectives are good. I think that the scale of the response will not meet the need. As I think I said earlier, when we're talking about a proportion of around or more than half of people who are accessing homelessness services for family violence are First Peoples. We know that safety and cultural safety need to go together, and that's why these refuges are important. We've seen around or more than 20% of social homes allocated within the family violence allocations in 21-22. That's still not enough, and that's why those refuges are important. But I do think that scale is important, and that in doing that, cultural safety and capacity for First Peoples organisations and also mainstream organisations to be able to provide that is of central importance to whether those refuges are then used, because there is that level of trust and safety.
And so what are you as Minister doing to ensure that the problems that you've outlined can be rectified?
I'm continuing as part of the work set out in Manana, Aunty and Matakut and the framework and all of those overarching investments to advocate as stridently as I possibly can for funding. I will continue to advocate in the absence of dedicated First Nations funding in Commonwealth agreements, notwithstanding the funding priorities identified for victim survivors of family violence, to ensure that First Peoples are represented in a way that reflects the acuity of need. And there are budget processes that happen every year. And my job is to continue to advocate for funding for the capital programs, but also the operational funding that's needed that we went to on that graph earlier. We see the increase there, but it needs to be something we stick with.
Minister, can you share with us what are the funding blockers here in Victoria?
I think a finite amount of money within the funding envelope. I think the work that Victoria is doing as part of the post-COVID recovery, I think the need to assist with a range of the challenges that people are facing in cost of living, in skills shortages, in industry, are all making for a competitive space in arguing for funding. It is then about ministerial portfolios, though, coming together to advocate for budget bids that actually go across a range of areas. And this is where, again, I keep coming back to the impact of housing upon people as that interfaces, whether it's with child protection or disability or health. And that's where that critical mass comes in around saying, here's what we can do. Here's how we can see better outcomes. And early intervention funding is something which is a relatively new concept for the Productivity Commission, but we do see that at a state level, we've invested money upfront and early, which then it yields an economic benefit, but it also stops people from entering into systems without hope of coming out of them. So there's money in that that set of programs. So $45 million I announced a couple of weeks ago, Sacred Heart Mission, it's getting in front of that. But it's a really competitive space for a finite amount of money.
Another potential is unlocking surplus land for the purposes of housing, and the housing statement that you've mentioned highlights that as a potential option, and highlights that Homes Victoria will be part of that process. The Department of Transport and Planning, in a response to the Commission, provided information that there is no current program to identify opportunities for Crown land to be set aside for First Nations housing purposes. Now, I acknowledge that that's a different department to your own, but have you as Minister thought about the need for creating such a program to access Crown land for purposes of Aboriginal social housing?
For the purpose of social housing can be built or developed in a range of different ways. The land that is made available for that to occur is within planning and also within precincts. So I don't want to perhaps put myself in the shoes of Minister Kilkenny or Minister Brooks on what the selection of those sites looks like, or the work that is being undertaken to identify those sites. I don't have any means by which to go beyond pressing for the greatest number of social housing dwellings to be built and delivered for First Peoples in a way that's underpinned by self-determination.
I mean, just to draw parallels, Minister, you're not responsible for children in care, are you?
No, but the home ownership scheme is what I'm working to
Yeah.
investigate.
What impacts children in care?
Commissioners, I was just going to ask some final questions about the treaty process, but I just wanted to pause there in case commissioners had any questions in relation to the matters that we've canvassed or additional matters in terms of housing policy.
Yes, just around, thanks, Minister. Are you doing any work with Victorian traditional owners around housing needs or any kind of reform opportunities that you'd like to share with us?
Yes, I have been having continuous conversations with traditional owners, whether registered Aboriginal parties or not. The needs for housing as they are expressed vary really dramatically, obviously. First Nations is a plural and it comes in a variety of different priorities for what is needed. I was in Preston for the Aboriginal Housing Forum and we talked about opportunities for social housing to be developed there. I've been speaking with Rumballara and Glawak and Watherong and Jarrah. The list goes on. I don't want to exclude anybody because I'm trying to be as accessible as I possibly can because I need to hear what is needed in order to try to address that need through budget and other processes. There's also the advisory group, the work of Homes Victoria's advisory board, and Mr. Greenaway is a member of that board. And then within Homes Victoria as well. When we do work on developing projects, for example, within the big housing build, these are guided by what it is that First Nations communities and groups are telling us is important. And that's where we get a range of views on accreditation, for example, but it's also about the programs that wrap around people. So from VACCA to VALS to any number of specific nation groups, it's continuous conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you identified a bit earlier about the other portfolios, Minister for Planning and so forth around EOs wanting to build houses on their own country so people can come back and return to be able to work or even just live on country as well. And I think that a lot of work needs to be done actively with traditional owners to enable that to open up for them too. I think historically housing has been an issue for the ACCO sector, but traditional owners are increasingly, advocating pretty hard for their aspirations to be met as well.
And that probably leads me well to my final question, Minister, which is, we know, as the Premier confirmed, that everything is on the table for treaty negotiations, but I wanted to provide you with an opportunity to set out what you consider might be the key areas of opportunity from the perspective of treaty negotiations in the area of housing.
I don't want to say what I think should be the priority areas for negotiations in treaty or treaties because that's a process of self-determination. What I want to do though is to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to treaty and support of treaty or treaties. We are working already and have been for some time on leaning into the awful truths and tragedies of our past and committing funding to providing housing and homelessness supports and that respect and recognition and dignity and safety that First Peoples deserve and for too long have been denied. I will continue to support the work of First Peoples organisations, whether ACCOs or groups, to make the system navigable. And as treaty work continues, so too will the work of Manana, Aunty and Matakut. And as things continue to evolve through treaty or treaties, my role in this position will be to deliver outcomes along the lines of the targets that we've set, but also the quality of lived experience that First Peoples have in the housing system.
Thank you, Minister, unless there are other questions.
I just wanted to follow up with one. You've made a number of statements and we all agree with you that housing is central and impacts on all the other areas of systemic injustice that First Peoples currently and have previously experienced. So I would expect, and I'm obviously not a party to it, but I would expect that housing would be at the centre of treaty negotiations or one of the central aspects, and perhaps as Commissioner Lovett also do with TO groups. So how is your department, I guess, and yourself preparing to be there at the treaty table?
I've never stopped preparing for treaty. That's been, when I say unwavering, unflinching support for treaty, that's guided the work that I've done to understand and to learn. Ever since our commitment to treaty was affirmed and confirmed, and the work to build upon Uluru Statement from the Heart and the work to establish this commission with all the powers of a royal commission, everything that I do in understanding First Peoples' aspirations and opportunities and the obstacles and the barriers that exist in systems has been what will inform my work in listening and in acting and in partnership and in facilitating self-determination. That's already happening, I think, in a lot of the systems that we have. And I think treaty or treaties will continue that work, and I will be continuing to prepare and continuing to advocate and to doing the work that I can do to contribute.
Minister, is there any messages you'd like to share? We've got a lot of people listening in. Some of our people listening in may be homeless or on very long, lengthy waiting lists, as we've heard. Is there any other or stakeholders listening in about some of the expectations that you've shared, but any other messages that you'd like to reaffirm or share with people, particularly listening in, to give them confidence that you and your government's working really hard?
I don't underestimate for a moment the indignity and the shame and the lived experience of homelessness or of vulnerability for First Peoples, and that dispossession and dislocation from country. We are funding programs and services, and we are building homes. We are starting to see change in the Victorian Housing Register, those numbers coming down. We have established targets. The work to undo decades and generations of disadvantage is slow and difficult work. First Peoples deserved so much better and so much more than the contempt shown by successive governments. We are working so hard in the spirit of self-determination to transfer decisions, to create cultural safety, to deliver funding. And that work goes on. It is long-term work. And it is my hope that it will be work that spans many, many parliaments and many, many governments, and that it will operate with support and funding from the Commonwealth, right through to support and resourcing from ACCOs in a way that means that outcomes are delivered by and for and with First Peoples, that early intervention and prevention occurs in a well-placed, safe way, and that this then leads to outcomes that show better health, show better outcomes as far as economic participation, intergenerational wealth, aspiration, connection to education, that this leads to better outcomes in child protection, better services for people living with disability, for neurodivergent folk, for LGBTIQA+ First Nations people. Housing runs through everything. Homelessness runs through everything that we've talked about today. I'm grateful to everybody who's assisted me to learn, and I'm determined to put those learnings to the best possible use.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Minister.
can I just add something onto that? Just, we've got to remember that every time we hear evidence, we hear it from a person's point of view. So we've got, WDAC was a panel and they gave evidence about thousands of dollars spent and they could only house people 1 or 2 nights, but also buying sleeping bags because they've got nothing else for people to live in. A woman in custody telling us she got locked up because of family violence and stealing a tent. These are extremes people are going to, and I think it's just, for me, it's just not happening quick enough. And you know what the weather's like at the moment. I just can't even imagine being a mum on the street, maybe with your child or in a car or wherever that be. It's just not happening quick enough for our people. And we've heard evidence time and time again, and people not being able to get out of prison or not being able to get their kids back. As you said, it's like it intersects with everything, but it's heartbreaking that we have to sit here and hear this again and again and again. And it's just not coming quick enough for our people. And my fear is that particularly these young women on the streets are not looking at a great future. Actually, they're not looking at a future at all. So it's quite concerning. And I just wanted to point out that it's just not, people are dying on the streets and our people are overrepresented. It's just not good enough. Do you want to go, Commissioner?
Yes. Thank you. Any, probably just
Yeah,
I'd like to
I
have a
don't know if you
response
wanted
to
to
that.
respond, Minister.
Look, I don't know if you want to respond or not, but it's just the reality of what we've been hearing. And for people to come forward and give those accounts that are trying really hard to do their jobs, they said it was heartbreaking. All they could do was buy a sleeping bag.
It is heartbreaking because this is about people. At the end of the day, in all of these billions of dollars that we've talked about and all of these metrics and figures that we've gone to today, it is about people and it's about lives and outcomes. And I hope that I have given you a sense of the work that we're doing to turn that around. It isn't, as you say, happening fast enough. It is, however, what drives me. It is absolutely what drives me.
Just leadership comes from the top, and the words you've said today are great. And I really want to see that in action. And I hope those under you hear those words and respond appropriately. Thank you.
Chair, there's a lengthy tender list of documents relevant to housing that have been provided by the state. So I'll just, to the extent that those documents have not been tendered, some of them have been previously, I tender the remaining documents.
Can I thank you, Minister, for the way in which you dealt with all the questions that have been asked of you. And I know this is a very difficult space. It's always been with us. When first Aboriginal minister was appointed in this state, housing was part of the deal way back in the day. So it's been known for a long time, but thank you for your evidence today, and we look forward to some outcomes with the programs that are on foot now.
If there's any other information I can provide to assist the Commission with your work that's come up in the course of today's hearing as well, I'd be very happy to receive those requests, perhaps through Council, and we can address them from there.
So we shall,
Yes, adjourn until 1 PM, I believe.
yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Deputy Chair.
We can recommence.
Commissioners, I call Aunty Muriel, Bamblett and Sarah Gafforini, who are here representing the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Agency.
No. Child and Community Agency. We've changed our name.
Apologies.
Just
of
for the record.
community.
No, that's fine.
Apologies. Commissioners, I appear for this evidence and offer my acknowledgement of country. Commissioners, I'll start with each of you. Aunty Muriel, if I can start with you. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
I'm not sure I want everybody to know my middle name. Anyway, but I will. Muriel Pauline Bamblett. And I'm a Yoorrook Jasharang Tangarong Bunurong woman and CEO of the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency. I'm only getting used to it myself, so thank you.
Thank you, Aunty. Do you undertake to give truthful evidence to the Commission this afternoon?
Sorry?
Do you undertake to give truthful evidence to the Commission?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And Sarah, would you state your full name, please, for the record?
So Sarah Ann Gafforini. I'm the Director of the Office of the CEO at VACCA.
And do you undertake to give truthful evidence this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
VACCA has prepared a submission to the Commission dated February of this year, addressing the issue of family violence. Is that submission true and correct? And does it represent the views of VACCA?
Yes.
Commissioners, the submission is NUT.001.0474.0003_R, and I tender that submission. And just a question about the tender list. I'll wait for further instructions, but we were going to tender a bundle last week.
I think
We'll put a hold on that for the time being until I can get further instructions, but this for now can be tendered.
thank you.
Aunty Muriel, I understand you'd like to make an opening statement.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much. I would really love to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Wurundjeri people, obviously, and traditional owners in the room of the land that we gather on today, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging and all Aboriginal people here. I want to acknowledge each of the commissioners for the work that you've been doing here in this space and the truth-telling and creating public records for our people. Obviously, I particularly wanted to acknowledge that after the evidence on child protection that we were able to get from the Victorian government, a commitment to a reform agenda. So you would have heard 140 million was actually put into the budget, and so the Premier actually worked and said, I want to really make a change. And so you will be pleased to know that we have begun rollout of Aboriginal children, Aboriginal care across the state, but also we're now taking on investigations where we're seeing obviously more and more children go home. So rest assured that the work that you've begun has begun to hit the road and that things are changing. I think we would like to acknowledge the hard work also of your staff, especially the lawyers, Fiona and Sarara, and especially for their questions and dedication to unpacking the truth, and really for their support and making us feel comfortable before we come in here, because it's terrifying sitting in front of you 4 people, sometimes 5. We want to give a little bit of a statement up front because we do want to speak about some of the things that are not well articulated, I don't believe, or that we've went far enough, and particularly around sexual violence in our communities. It's unspoken of, and if you look at the data, there's no really strong data to say that it's an issue. But having grown up with many incidences of sexual violence, that story is still very personal. So how do we actually address it? And I think it's starting to be demonstrated in our response that we have for for general sexual abuse, where the program is absolutely full of clients. I really want to as well raise the issue of digital violence, and now, you know, the mobile phone, social media is causing lots of issues for our community, financial violence, and really the lack of acknowledgement of how family violence impacts on children and the rights of children. VACCA is the largest family violence provider in Victoria, so we employ over 190 staff that work in Orange Door, therapeutic, work with men, work with women, work with children, run yarning circles, and so we have quite an extensive family violence footprint. If we look at our data, it shows that for the month of March this year, we received 775 referrals for family violence support across all metropolitan Melbourne, Inner Gippsland and Ovens Murray. If these 121 were repeat referrals, so of these, 121 were for repeat referrals, so for 1 month, we received 656 unique calls for help, and that is each and every month. So it gives you an idea that we're not stemming the issue of family violence, and it's at critical proportion. I think it is an absolute issue, and I'm really glad. I know it's sad that you're in your 5th week, but I'm really pleased that the Commission has taken the time to really hear about how family impacts impacts on us. Well, generally violence impacts on our people. Before COVID and the lockdowns, our average was about 250 referrals per month, and so that's gone up. And we were in around 3 Orange Door sites. Our peaks with regards to numbers was always when school goes back, so after Christmas and after Easter and long weekends. We found that when COVID lockdowns were finally ended, we were averaging 450 per month. In years, our referrals have doubled. Now, 4 years on, pre-COVID levels, we see after COVID, we see 650 people each month, and we are now in 11 or even 12 Orange Door sites. So you give of the 18. We see our Ovens Murray Orange Door site was the first site to be led by an Aboriginal community controlled organisation. Most of the others are all led by mainstream providers, which is disappointing. And our Ovens Murray is the only one. I highlight this because when it comes to anything to do with Aboriginal families, we are often forced to be a consortia with mainstream, which our families don't really accept and really struggle with. We are never seen as valid, trustworthy, or capacity to lead our mainstream, and we know that many of the reforms that happen have been driven by Aboriginal evidence about what works. In our submission, we talk about the need for reform and the importance of Aboriginal-led solutions, and the family violence sector is yet another example where universal service provision is the norm. However, good intending does not work for us, and so we know you would have heard from Melanie Heenan last week, and there is a very serious commitment, but it doesn't go far enough. We're not really reforming. We're not really being able to address the numbers. No doubt in the testimony of others, you would have heard about the L17 police responses and the adequacy or lack thereof of referral points. We know that many of the police see many of our families over and over again, but there's never referrals to an Aboriginal community controlled earlier. Police reports drive 80% of our referrals, and these by default go through the Orange Doors, but they're all very low level. But I think that this leads to the fallacy that Orange Doors are working for women fleeing violence. For us, they are a central point of data collection, and then the real work happens behind the scenes. Most of our time in the Orange Door space is responding to cultural safety requests or advice, and sadly, being exposed to racism and bias by mainstream. Our wait period is much shorter for referral to Aboriginal community controlled organisations. You can wait up to 2 to 3 months. If you're in a mainstream, for Aboriginal, it's 6 weeks, so we are much more responsive as far as our response to our women. I am involved in a lot of different groups, committees, inquiries and advisory panels around family violence. In each new wave of consultation or action plan, I find myself asking, what is it about Aboriginal women and children that makes it okay to ignore the horrific violence, abuse, oppression and coercive control? How come we're more exposed to, our children are more exposed to grooming and exploitation? It has to be a legacy of colonial oppression and invasion. It is an injustice and a national emergency because the system is not changing. So I wanted to pick up on the term coercive control today as it relates to family violence. We know how governments are now moving to make it illegal through legislation, and it's talked about something new women are experiencing. When mainstream or media talk about coercive control, they mean the man's hidden day-to-day control of women, not through physical acts of violence, but through other forms of manipulation, control and gaslighting. But we as Aboriginal people, this has been our last 260 years of exposure, and this is why the Commission exists. We experience it daily, hidden in plain view, as a whole peoples and as gendered violence and racism against us. We've known and still know systemic coercive control by the family violence system through legislation, budget processes, by government ministers, by policing responses, by courts and by reinforcing the popular feminist discourse which works against Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing, and through our family systems that most of all do not recognise children's rights, our Aboriginal children's distinct rights. If governments ban coercive control between a man and woman, then they should ban it against all people and acknowledge the role they play in perpetrating it. Racism is violence, and racism is used to coercively control us as Aboriginal people. We hear power and control play out day in and day out in the family violence sector. Only self-appointed specialist family violence are provided a seat at the table of important decision-making forums. We hear bias and legacy building without our own Aboriginal sectors being in the room. We strive to limit, and many strive to limit the voice that we have instead of inclusion of the diversity of our views and that we have a rightful seat at the table. We hear that you need a legal response or intervention, yet family violence is not considered a justice system or really a crime in Victoria. You wouldn't get to break and enter, assault a stranger over 20 times before there is a consequence. But if it's against a family member, it's okay. We hear that in order to provide crisis accommodation or access to a helpline or by appointed government to have a voice with impact, the average woman in the street doesn't care who's specialist or what title you have. Our women want to know that we listen, we support them, and that we don't put them on a wait list where they have to wait months for a service. They want to know that we are going to address their homelessness issues. They want to know that their kids will be safe, that they will have money to eat, and that by leaving their partner, they don't have to leave family, community, and leave with a debt. The system players and governments who fund these systems are not holding themselves and those responsible for creating environments, including the media, to account the level of abuse and racism. For me, history shows us that Aboriginal women have been sexualised, demonised and cast aside. You can only need to look at the product of rape and sexual violence that has been dealt on us as women since colonisation. Our fairer-skinned babies, evidence of sexual violence and rape, removed not as to offend or remind the wives, so they were taken away. Society and government acknowledge all of the atrocities of white men against our women. History tells us if an Aboriginal man sought retaliation against the white man who raped our women, this too often resulted in death of him, whole groups and clans being massacred to cover up their crime. It speaks to deliberate and systemic human rights and Aboriginal rights abuses. Violence against Aboriginal women and children that is compounded by racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia and transphobia is not a historic issue. but is an ongoing and enduring issue of human rights, abuses and violations. Because I don't see significant change even today, our women are more likely to experience intimate partner or family violence at the hands of non-Aboriginal men. In one of our regions alone, over 12 months ago, 85% of the violence perpetrated against our Aboriginal women was perpetrated by non-Aboriginal men. That never gets reported. So these rates are so high, they are shameful as to the behaviour of these men and society, and that often turns a blind eye to it. Our girls are groomed to violence, expect violence, sexual violence as a norm, which is beyond sad and makes you feel physically sick. At the centre of all of it is racism. So let's talk racism and how it is intertwined with family violence. It's reinforced belief that Aboriginal women are not equal to other women, nor are valued by society. We are a commodity to be consumed and discarded. Our babies hidden, removed, acculturated to hide society's shame. Racism is candlelight vigils, people marching in the street if a white woman is murdered, media stories for days or weeks. No one, including a community, gathers at coronial inquests, particularly of the recent Aboriginal death of an Aboriginal woman here in Victoria in front of her children. There are no photo shoots, faces on T-shirts, legislation that doesn't change. That's because she was stolen gem, removed from family. We at VACCA are a charity, and we've learned that when we fundraise, we can't mention the words family violence. If we do, our staff are on guard 24/7 to combat racist, misogynistic comments that family violence isn't real. It's a conspiracy theory, that's what they say. I want you to think about the next time you use a laughing M-joy on a Facebook post. Because for us at VACCA, there are the Aarons, the Jakes, the Pauls, the Micks and the Grahams, and the one Cheryl or Sharon laughing at family violence because they think it's a joke. We know because they tell us it's a conspiracy, that it's the woman's fault, and then general racist stuff follows. They are men from 18 years old to 80-year-old that laugh at us. Those that show their faces are highly visible or family or men. Those that don't, their profiles are Australian flags, old cars and motorbikes. If you post a case study with a woman with fairer skin, they are not Aboriginal, is what they say, and everybody's woke. A darker skin face, turn off your comments. The vile, sexist, racist post that we receive is disgusting. A male post, well, they just a helping hand. They are doing their best. For our winter appeal that is currently running, the abuse got so bad, to protect the safety of our staff, we pulled all the ads. And the direct link to the referendum vote is there to see. That's why I and many others voted no. But you get too many, because people say we get too many handouts. That's why they voted no. They voted no because they thought we already get everything. Until we own facts that family violence is real, that racism is a critical driver of gender violence, our efforts to continue to fail, especially in mainstream government responses. In Victoria, we have arguably the best family violence response system in the nation, but we don't have a funded peak for family violence like Safe and Equal. We have refuges that Safe Steps is the central voice. We don't have a women's information and referral service. Where do women ring when they're in crisis? Who do they talk to? What resources are available? We have legal services focused on family violence, but they are often underfunded. We've had a network of women's health services focused for family violence for over 10 years that constantly have to fight for relevance and funding. How many Aboriginal women's health services do we have? Well, actually, we only have one. It isn't stood up yet, but only funded last year. Our health, social, emotional and well-being and safety, despite being the best state. 20 years of Aboriginal leadership. Last year, we celebrated 20 years of the task force. We know that there's leadership and innovation, and we know that JLCJAR and our funding is never ever really guaranteed. Our voice is optional and our women and children often are invisible. I do want to talk about perpetrator responses today. Unlike women who don't get an option to opt out of violence towards them, men using violence have an option to opt out of referrals for support to stop using violence. For Aboriginal men, honest disclosure in order to get tailored support, like with all systems for Aboriginal people, results in punishment and adverse consequences instead of treatment, and we need safe, reliable Aboriginal responses for these men and young people. There is an accepted practice is that men generally cycle through men's behaviour change about 5-6 times until it sticks. We yet again blame the program instead of the behaviour and assume the program is not right, which is probably true, but there is no accountability of perpetrators, just victims. Men's behaviour programs are accredited, structured, and another universal service offering. It tries to unpack gender views and challenge societal norms, but it doesn't address the racism of men towards Aboriginal women. Men need case management too, mandated treatment to challenge behaviours and allow supported practice, but this is only to lower level offenders. We've heard from police and the media that the number and frequency of high-risk offenders has skyrocketed, and abuse text has now been normalised into stalking. Police reported that 80% of men breach their IVO. We talk men's behaviour change, but that's for the 20%. And that's that piece of paper. It's supposed to be a deterrent. 80% of men breach an order, and one woman is being killed every 4 days, and more often their kids see it all. We need systems and practice approaches in place to manage high-risk perpetrators, to protect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. The state's latest and only funding round for high-risk offender programs was for 6 Aboriginal men. The funding was so poor, so restrictive, and so unrealistic that only one provider put in, and then they know it's going to be almost impossible to make the difference they hope, but as is the Aboriginal way, they will try anyway. Like men's behaviour change, that has no Aboriginal dedicated approved approach. We need to develop an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander model of management of high-risk offenders, not just for Aboriginal men, but for men who use violence against Aboriginal women, because racism has to be the key element. We need to build an integrated perpetrator response system, including coordination between crisis response, immediate containment, criminal and civil proceedings, sentence or order compliance, risk monitoring and behavioural change components that provide services based on risk and need. So it's along the continuum. At the moment, most of our services are aimed at the end of the system. We believe the necessary components include best practice in risk management and reassessment processes that are used consistently with findings well documented, providing more dangerous perpetrators more oversight and assistance than less dangerous cases, that we prompt detection of increases in risk status with a corresponding change in response, that we provide case managers for those with high and complex needs, e.g. mental health. Our men are presenting with mental health, alcohol, drug and alcohol, housing and homelessness. Imagine if we manage women, but we do not manage men who need those supports. There are examples of promising and proposed Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander pathways, and these include current information sharing protocols to be inclusive of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander decision-making in managing perpetrators across 3 categories, and that is punishment, containing and rehabilitation. And so important that we get it across those 3 areas. The capacity of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled sector has to be enhanced to enable the provision of intensive community surveillance forms of probation, curfews and electronic monitoring. We need to actively work to change community conditions that support men's use of tactics of power and control over our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women. We need to ask whether the current system would benefit from family members as well being more involved and being told the violence that's being perpetrated, so that we can manage the perpetrator's current level of risk and progress or otherwise. We do often do this through family-led decision-making in child protection, but should we do it in family violence? Designation of provision of resources for case manager. There is a need for more programs given the various levels of perpetration risk, the changeable factors that underpin the risk, and the capabilities for engaging with programs of behaviour change. We also know how costly court time is and the trauma caused by prolonged processes of family violence hearings in the courts. So we do need an investigation stage of family violence reports, or L17s, like the Child Protection Fund. We are proposing that we fund teams that provide an immediate response. We think this must be a cheaper model than the current model. We also need Aboriginal-led research and evaluation. We know Anne Rose is great, as is Monash and others, but where is the Aboriginal-led knowledge and evidence about what works? We need to invest in large-scale research to inform our knowledge of perpetrators of violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, their relevant characteristics and needs, and how this relates to their violent behaviour. We need to address high-risk Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perpetrator responses, including but not limited to the processes operating across all of the different regions of Victoria. We have different approaches. There's specialist courts in some, but not across our state. And so we need to make sure there's equitable service delivered. Lastly, I want to talk about children. About 60 to 80% of child removals are due to family violence, and we must do everything to keep children safe. We know the impact of violence on the developing brain. Victims, though, of children are victims in their own right. No parent owns them. Sadly, children are not always better off with their parent if the parent keeps exposing the child to abuse and violence. But what we have found at VACCA in the first 6 months of being able to lead child protection investigations is that we can often safely address family violence in the home by putting those intensive supports in. We can keep children at home and out of the child protection system if we put the resources in much earlier. So far, we estimate that our approach that we have stopped over 25 families from having their children removed by addressing their family violence issues at the family level, by creating safe homes, and our work is intensive, but it takes a lot longer and significant effort. But often we find the department doesn't have the ability to do that. They tend to do short episodic, and we know that we need to hang in there long term. We know that we have the expertise in healing, and it's better it is absolutely proving that there's a better investment than child removal in keeping children safe in home. Imagine if we could do this for every family, not just the 87 targets that we have at the moment. We all know we should be, but actually need to focus more on children as victims of family violence as a matter of urgency. We need family services for APCOs funded to deliver in-house therapeutic response. Healing is the only way to break the cycle, and we don't need to refer to the primary care. Lastly, the law system as it relates to family violence must be centred on the best interests of the child. We now have prevention as the last, really, the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle is in legislation. Imagine if we applied that to family violence. Thank you. Yes, as you could hear, I really want to focus on perpetrator management, children as victims, the ability now that we see on taking on guardianship and now community protecting bureaus, which is the investigations, 66% of those notifications have got family violence. So it shows you how big the issue. And so the orange door is an important element, but it's just a referral pathway. So we need to be able to really make sure the resources are there. I think we're doing it in child protection. I think we're making difference, but the stats are alarming. And yeah, we have to go back to what's causing the stats. So that's me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aunt. Sarah, is there anything you'd like to say in opening?
No, thank you.
So commissioners, I'm looking at the submission and I would like to begin with the last thing you said, Aunty, about the orange door process. So at page 17 and 18 of your submission, you talked about the orange door being a referral service or referral pathway. And at page 17, you note the orange door receives L17 reports. Those are the police capture of what happens when they attend an incident of family violence, referrals from professionals or community, and can also accept self-referrals. The vast majority come through the L17 portal, and you highlight the success of the northeastern Melbourne area orange door as an example of where things are doing well. So can you tell us what it is about that northeastern service, that orange door service, that is a gold standard, if you like, for how this should be done?
Do you want to talk to that?
So at the NEMA site, normally, as Aunt spoke to, orange doors work, you accept the referral, and then you go on a wait list to get a whole of, it's almost like your Rolls-Royce service. It serves you for everything. The way that we can shorten the wait list and get services to families quicker is that we don't believe in waiting to do absolutely everything. We undertake a second type of triage service to actually look at immediate need. So we try and provide service. We respond to the referral within 2 weeks, which is the fastest response time. We make sure that we try and provide some sort of service within that first 6 weeks. So it doesn't need to be everything, it just needs to be a start. And then when you solve one issue, you build in more processes, and then it's much easier to engage a family when you're delivering. They see you've built trust, you deliver a service, then you add on, and then you add on, and then you add on. And so in the same time frame, at that end of sometimes it can be 18 weeks if you go through a mainstream service to get a response at all. By the time we hit the 18-week mark, the full suite of services have almost been delivered. But it allows us to tailor the supports as well, which is why I think we get better results. Each woman and family that comes through, we can look at their unique needs and give them something instead of them just sitting there waiting.
Aunt, I think you mentioned the figures early on in your opening statement that pre-COVID you were seeing 250 services or referrals a month or requests for services. The number post-COVID is up to 650 a month. What do you attribute that surge in demand?
I think the numbers were always, going to jump, but I think obviously COVID tested a lot of families, people being in house, lots of the pressure, the drug and alcohol. Families were under huge pressure, and we're even finding it now that we're dealing with huge issues around mental health, drug and alcohol, family violence, criminalisation. There's so many. COVID really has, really made things worse. And so we did our best under COVID to provide resources to women, mobile phones, duress alarms, things to help, protect women, but we couldn't. With women not being able to go to the orange door, with not being able to get out of the house, it was really a challenge. So I think even our resources and being able to let women know where they could go and get help. I think normally they would go to a health service, they would go to a different type of service, but everybody's doors were closed. So I think the floodgates opened once we all started to open up, and very slowly those numbers are still creeping. And so I think we have to understand that there were a lot of additional pressures put under families during COVID. And I think that really has tipped, I think, issues of children, issues of mental health and disability, all of those things have all of that data has shown that across all those areas under COVID, there's been a significant increase.
And as the funding and other resources to VACCA and the ACCOs kept pace with that increase in demand?
No, we're sort of capped at a particular amount. I mean, part of the really big issue is, like there's uncertainty in funding as well in the family violence space. And so this, having to every, few years go back and, ask for things like CPI increase to be able to, look at workforce. Workforce is the biggest challenge that we have. And really, we don't get funded for skilling our workforce. But now there's a requirement that all of our staff must be qualified. And so it's not like we have Aboriginal staff coming out of university that have got a tertiary qualification or even TAFEs. And so we're really struggling with the fact that we have to spend a lot more resources to be able to train our staff. And so the department has given us workforce funding, but it's often short-term and not recurrent. And so understanding the needs of Aboriginal community control. But I think Sarah spoke about the orange doors. There's not one model, and like VACCA's very lucky that we've got a lot of early intervention and prevention that we're able to refer families to a lot of our programs. But none of the ACCOs have got that across the state. So many of the ACCOs are lacking in the ability to be able to take the referrals and to be able to work with families. And so families get a different model of service in each region. And so I think we need to understand what the actual model is, how, and the referral pathways, and to be able to have equitable access to the same supports in each region.
Just on the orange door, so we understand a bit more, Sarah, can you talk about the referrals? Do they all come through, the L17s all come through orange door?
Yes. So the L17s are part of the intake service.
Yep.
But of our, the last March data that Aunt talked about I think 460 of those 650 were L17s. The rest were self-referrals.
And do they self-refer to orange door or to VACCA?
To VACCA.
Okay.
And so the way that we respond to it is essentially it's that paperwork in, and then we take them and deliver services. But you need the orange door to access the funding pool that comes with it. So case management, brokerage that actually supports that family.
Yeah. And Aunty Muriel, you just spoke about being able to get, I guess, a wraparound service if they come through VACCA because you cover the state and you obviously get funding to do early intervention and other programs.
I think because we're an older established service, because obviously we've got, family preservation, we've got a number of programs that we can, and so what we've done is, put all of our programs into one area, and so there's no wrong door, and so families so we can work with dad, mum and children, so not just focus on, often the system only works with the female, but it's important that we have be able to work with the whole family. And I was talking before, the critical importance is having Aboriginal men now in the workplace and being able to have yarning circles to be able to work one-on-one with men, to be able to, set up support groups for men. It's a really important role, and it's actually, as I spoke about, it's actually creating environments where children can go home, but we can also work with them, dad and mum, when they're at home as well. So the caseworkers don't pull out once children are home and families are doing okay. It's really about continuing, but there's some really great programs, and, Daddy Mum Warrow's up the road from us, and I drive past there, almost every day, and you can see the amount of men that are in there, and those, I would say a lot of those men, they'd be working one-on-one with family violence. And so, you've got to have all of those programs. We've got, VACCA that works with young boys. And so having a range of services, I think, and being able to build like good referral pathways between all of the services. We work with the bars, with the mental health, and referring for young people to, for counselling and support. And so being able to have all of those, I haven't mentioned the data on, we do a lot of referrals through the orange door to both VALS and to JIRA. So when families need referrals for legal help, we will actually do a lot of referrals. So those things are things that we're working out. But I think we also run the Aboriginal Access one of the access points. So it's placed in First Nations Health in Frankston. And so that's basically an Aboriginal access point, so they don't have to go through the orange door. If people want to, get access to family violence services, they can come through the Aboriginal access point. So there's different models that the Victorian government are providing, and I think, we're very lucky. We've got protocols, we've got family violence courts, but I think still too many. I don't believe the response always has to be to lock up men, because once we lock up men, we need to be able to be with families men much earlier, I believe.
And the sites that VACCA's not at for Orange Door, is there another Aboriginal organisation involved?
That's got access points.
No, yeah, well, at the L17, for example.
I think the northern region's a little bit different in the way that, because we actually sit down with the police and so look at all the L17s. So it's where you're oldest and professional and you've got a skilled workforce, you can actually sit at the table with professionals. And that's what we need to build, is the capacity to be able to take it up and say, you don't have all the solutions. I think we just often accept that the experts know everything. But what we find in, particularly in our older established, like the northern region, where they've worked for child protection, they've worked for systems, so they know that often child protection don't know all the answers. So being able to sit around the table with police to be able to look at the L17s to get to understand the particular issues that our families are presenting with, that they're not just related to the violence. There's financial stress, there's, issues around drug and alcohol or gambling or things that are actually contributing. And so being able to work on those things is really important.
I'll just come back to the Orange Door. VACCA provides services at 11 out of 18 Orange Door locations, and your submission notes there remains an inequitable access to resources, supports and information available to Aboriginal women. And Sarah, you mentioned before, and I just want you to explain this to commissioners, that 9 of those 11 provide cultural services. That's the high-level cultural advice, and that's distinct from the case management or operational type response. So could you just explain to commissioners those two separate things and the way in which there's inequitable access to Aboriginal women through those 11 services?
So we currently are contracted. So to answer your question as well, Sue-Ann, yes, there is Aboriginal involvement in all of the Orange Door sites, but it does come down to what Fiona said around the variability of that. So there are cultural safety advisors in the majority of the Orange Doors, if not all. Their caseload and how many you have will be determined by population as well. So they're high-level experts, so they give cultural safety advice across the board. And then you also have ACCOs delivering case management services through that. So that's what we were talking about in terms of how we can take the women and then wrap our 80 programs around them and really tailor off what they need. But you need to go through that front door to get the funding package to be able to do that and to have the brokerage. And then it really does depend on who the lead agency is of that Orange Door in terms of inequity. Sometimes we are embraced and really used for our expertise and the high level advice that we give. In other places, I think we're a little bit more token and a little bit annoying that they have to engage with us. We have had Orange Doors where we've had the possum skin on the table and we've had complaints because that person's a vegan, doesn't understand the importance of the possum skin cloak. It's that level of silliness sometimes that our staff are exposed to. Thankfully, it's not across the board, but there are enough instances of that. I think as well, back to your question as well about early intervention and prevention, the access point that Aunt spoke about in Frankston, really is the first time of an early intervention. The people that can go through the access point don't qualify, don't meet the threshold for case management. So we use journey walkers to help those families navigate what their family actually needs. What we've found so far of the 40 families that have gone through, they definitely meet the threshold for case management. There is no such thing anymore as low-level family violence or the start of, I'm not happy with my behaviour. The escalation and the level of violence is so extreme. And I think as well, in terms of the numbers, orange doors are amazing. They are something that allow demand to happen. You've got a resource to go to. But what we find is that over time, as the orange door becomes less shiny and new, they come directly to us to get that service because we've built the trust, we've delivered. And the sad thing is family violence isn't considered frontline. So especially during COVID, we were very vocal about where's the family violence staff recognition of frontline. It was all health. And in terms of funding for prevention and therapeutic funding is through innovation funding. So they're 2-year cycles. So for the last round of what they call community infrastructure funding, we funded 39 frontline workers because we had no other funding for them. And that money's meant to seed innovation, but we had to fund the direct response because it's just not there.
Does that also include, is there funding for because we know culture is a protective factor, so cultural, we'll just say for this sake, cultural activities, do you actually get funding in the family violence space for culture to be a part of?
Every
No.
now and again.
There's a grant that's called Community Initiatives Funding, and so SIF funding, and so it's very little and has increased for a number of years, but a lot of the time communities use it to be able to do things like sporting carnivals to fund them, and with a lot of messaging about stop violence, and so it's been very, very popular, and so a lot of doing things that are not programmatic. It's really about changing it, education and awareness, and marching and doing different things. And I think that really, I would hate it if that ever stopped, because it actually does, because we were funding Fitzroy Stars at one stage, but all the men had to sign up to a no violence before they could play. And so they were, doing those sorts of things, I believe, are changing attitudes to community. We need people to stand up. So I think it's important. But I just want to finish. I think if we miss the point that having a dedicated Aboriginal access point is working for us, if we're seeing families earlier, I think only having 2 across the state, one in VACCA and one in, which is in Southern and in Frankston, and one in Geelong, and already Geelong's numbers, and they're demonstrating. And so I think, again, it goes to how we get funded for a couple of things, and then we're highly likely the issue around we're funded at the moment in Victoria for 3 sites for sexual abuse. So we've got one run out of a healing service in Ramiak in Sale. We've got one run out of Vars, which is run out of a health service, and then we've got one run in child protection. And so what we're seeing is different approaches to sexual abuse, but we're seeing huge numbers coming in. And so not understanding, and imagine if we were running those across the state, we may be able to address the scourge of sexual abuse, grooming, sexual exploitation, which is a really big issue for VACCA and, for us as far as our residential units. We know, sadly, that there are perpetrators waiting out in the street for our young people to walk out of their residential unit to, and, obviously, and our kids being exploited in the city. So everybody knows about it, but don't talk about it and don't come up with responses to it. So it's a really big issue.
Ministers that have been here, a number of them, have sung the praises of Orange Door. I'm hearing slightly less enthusiasm. So I'm wondering if you could reconstitute or change the way, how would you redo the relationship between the services you offer or want to offer and what happens with Orange Door at the moment?
Yeah, look, I still support 100% the Orange Door because, you know, it's the only state where family violence is really identified as, you know, as well as a child protection, and there's an entryway, and so Victoria's the only one. The issue that we have is often our staff are treated as less than, so often viewed as, oh, you're not as expert because you're Aboriginal, and so that type of issue, and I know Melanie and Heenan and the department are really trying to address it, but, you know, when we're seeing the, you know, difference between having an Aboriginal access point and having it, I think you need both, because I do worry that if you only have it in the Aboriginal space, many of our people, too many relatives know, and when you go to a service, so how do we create, and that's what the Orange Door did, try to take away the stigma of going to a women's service, or, you know, and so we put the Orange Doors are in shopping centres, so you can go to a shopping centre, tell your husband you're going shopping and you can go into an Orange Door, and so it you know, and there's various levels of support that you can get, but I just think there's still even though they put Aboriginal artwork everywhere, that, you know, they're absolutely inclusive, but it's just a very different environment. A lot of our Aboriginal families, you know, want a cup of tea and want to have a yarn. Unfortunately, a lot of our process is get you in and get you out as quick as possible. So I think we've still got a long way to learn about how do we make those centres more, you know, relatable for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, you know, men and women. And we haven't spoken about LGBTQIA plus, and so brother boys and sister girls and some of the issues that they have in going to a lot of these, you know, places, and, you know, diversity and being able to, you know, deal with people with a disability, and so people that are, you know, we're very much focused on male and, you know, the Aboriginal woman and the Aboriginal male, and we know many of our people have got significant mental health issues, and so, you know, being able to, I think what you're not going to read, you're just going to read pure numbers, but what we see in our clients is all of those issues, you know, people presenting with illness, with you know, mental health issues, drug and alcohol. We address all of those issues as well. Thanks, Maggie.
I do want to ask you about the intersectionality aspects in a minute, but just staying with Orange Door, on page 25 of the submission, you talk about the central information point sitting within Orange Door with limited access available to other family violence services. And discussing this with you before you gave your evidence today, you mentioned that the way the data is shared doesn't allow you to pick up trends amongst families and the red flags and hotspots. So could you just explain that to the commissioners, please?
So the way that the Orange Door system, the data is, there's a new portal now, and all the data is meant to be, anyone from a site can just log in and pull your data down. In that essence, it is better if it worked. Currently, it's really hard to get the data out. We're thinking of going back to actually asking our direct staff to put it back in an Excel spreadsheet so we have more of an idea of what's going on. In fairness, there are teething problems, so I know that they are in the department working towards it. However, it goes as well to some of the policing and the way that the L17s are used. We're still not getting, we might get mum asked if she's Aboriginal. Sometimes they do or don't ask if the kids are Aboriginal. We don't know if dad's Aboriginal, and so therefore we don't know the kids. And so actually being able to track mum and her kids, where the perpetrator is in that relationship, it's actually really hard to go just follow one family. It's almost impossible to track them across their trajectory. How many times have they had an intervention? Like, we shouldn't have to get to a coronial inquest to go back through all of that to piece together the story. We also can't see by a geographical area if something's happening in community. Is there a hotspot that we need to focus on? Is there, you know, a drug and alcohol issue or something? We can't actually tell what's happening in the moment. And so we pull snapshot data monthly, which is really good. It gets to sort of see some generic trends. And we get to see things like what's brokerage used for. But in speaking of the intersectionality, we don't ask if women have an acquired brain injury. We don't always ask their, LGBTIQ plus status or their kids if they need another response. We don't really track elders. We can't track elder abuse. So the data's just not sophisticated enough for us to know what the issues are and then how to tailor a response to it.
And I think you're being too kind there when you call it not sophisticated enough, because there seems to be two problems. The problem is, one, data access, which you know is part of Pillar 4 of closing the gap.
Mhm.
But it also seems that they are not collecting the variables that are important to inform you and your service to be able to do your job properly. So deciding what data, what variables are collected, what are important and what are not is key to getting good data. And that's where you should be at the front of the queue saying this has to be collected, that has to be collected. Yeah, we're less fussed about that. Do you have input into what data are actually collected, or is it sort of a preset?
It's a preset, the L17s especially, because they're designed for that by police to rapidly get it through. We can add more information once we get to the MARAM stage, but no, I mean, disability status is not really something that's ever been collected. We don't really do that well in other settings either.
Yeah, if we were to recommend that what data are collected by whom, at what stage, at what level, and to whom they're shared with, that would be something that would be worth it for you.
I've offered to send a paper that we did on data for the national. We've been obviously working at the national level on data as well, and so looking at how do you actually understand the demographics, the types of issues, and so we've sent a copy. I think, I don't know if you've got it already, but you've got it. Oh, good. So it talks about the data and the challenges, because it's like, are we talking about, because we for many years JLCA funded the Department of Justice to try and collect their data, and so what we got was very much focused on prison, and that was affected family members and sort of all their data, but it didn't then marry up with the housing data or with the child protection data. So we were getting data from everywhere, but it wasn't. And so we've been at JLCA really, and so the communities, even the local communities, are saying, well, what's our data say? We don't even know the types of issues. We don't know how much from, how can we, because we've got this close gap. We've been told that, there's a component of that to look at best practice in data. And so how can you close the gap when you don't even know what the gap is? You don't even, and many of the communities don't know what the numbers are. How big an issue is it men or Aboriginal men on Aboriginal women? Is it Aboriginal women that are having violence perpetrated by non-Aboriginal men? Is it Aboriginal on Aboriginal? We don't know all of that. And that then goes to the demographics. Is it local Aboriginal people, or is it people that we don't know? And so they're ostracised from the system. So I think there's a really data and being able to tell the narrative and do even the data and analytics to be able to understand what does it mean place-based, and how do we actually come up with really good systems. And I think that's been the challenge. I was on the JLCA data working group, and it used to do my head in every time we came to a meeting, because there was a whole different, you had the police talking there, you had the women, respect, and so you had different people trying to really sort of put it in. But I think it would really sort of, if we can come up with a comprehensive data set that actually tells us to be able to really, how do we address the issue of family violence? But we've also, under Close the Gap, been talking about how much funding does Victoria invest into family violence, and so understanding expenditure and how does that relate proportionally to the rest of mainstream, how much funding goes to mainstream. And so where do we need the funding? Asking the question about, do we want to fund child protection or do we want to fund more housing and homelessness? Where do we need to invest? And I think unless we really understand where are the hotspots and the areas that we need to address in family violence, because the danger is we could put more money into the prison system, and often it goes to the prison, not to the community. If you look at, things like the justice approach, and, people can put it up as best practice, but most of the money for justice in Victoria goes to the government, for the prisons, for the courts, for everything. And then they give us a little tiny bucket of money in the Aboriginal sector to fight over. So I think the danger is systems absorb a lot of the funding for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, and it needs to really and so if you look at child protection, them transferring authority and power back to Aboriginal, it's actually having gains. And I think government's now really interesting. Treasury's really trying to talk to us about what's a self-determination and how do we fund Aboriginal differently. And how do we govern Aboriginal differently? I think Treasury is really trying to look at how do we, if there was a treaty in process, how would we fund differently?
Aunty, are you happy to share the briefing note from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council meeting on data?
Yep.
So just to highlight a couple of the things, the commissioners don't have this in front of them, but you've highlighted things like the need for national consistency, so that data can be shared across jurisdictions and between members who are accessing that data.
Because a lot of victims and perpetrators come to Victoria, and so being able to have the jurisdiction share information, and some of our families are cross-border, so Albury-Wodonga, if you think about Milward and Dayton and places like that, and so really wanting to be able to have those sort of agreements in line.
And another one that you highlight is the rate of prevalence of non-physical forms of family violence, and that comes back to the point you made before about there is no low level of family violence that's acceptable or doesn't need a response, right?
Yeah, all forms of family violence need a response.
Yeah. I've just got my eye on the time. Can I ask you to speak now some more detail about disability, elders and other intersectionality issues? You do address those in some detail in your report, but you wanted to come back and talk about ABIs and disability particularly.
I think obviously Marsha Langton's done a lot of research on a bias and the impact of the brain and shaking and forms of violence, and obviously being hit about the head so many times affects obviously women's ability to make decisions. And so I think you look at a lot of our women that are in the prison system, they're undiagnosed, disability and being able to map. And so I think that's critical, but there's also obviously people that, a lot of our Aboriginal people that come to us have got various forms of disabilities that doesn't get recorded. And so it goes back to your point, Maggie, about the data and how do we actually record, because I haven't seen any family violence data that actually records disability or even asks the question about disability unless it's obvious. If you come in a wheelchair, then you're more likely to be identified as having a disability. Elders, I think that's a critical element. I know that ACES, the Aboriginal Community Elder Service, has been doing a lot of lobbying, but there's particularly financial abuse is a really big issue as far as elders, but also access to health. Many of elders get left, their health gets neglected. And so how do we define and look at elder abuse, and how do we actually make sure, because I think our Aboriginal men and women now are getting older, but I think we know very little about Aboriginal women elders in our community and the level of violence. LGBTQI+, our workplace is full of young people, and we've got a commitment to the rainbow tick. And so what we're really finding is we don't know enough about LGBTQI and family violence, but I think it is something, we just don't look at diversity, we just plonk all of Aboriginal into the Aboriginal group, and then everybody is an Aboriginal, but we're not distinct as far as elders' disability. And I think that it is a body of work that we need to better understand, because it means then that we don't treat intersectionality different and we don't consider our people differently across those groups, or ask the right questions. Because I think the key question we ask, are you Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander? We don't go to any other indicator.
Do commissioners have questions arising on the topics we've covered so far? I did want to cover misidentification. Was the last topic.
No, I just thank you for bringing that up, because I don't, particularly elder abuse, nobody's really brought that. But I think the data thing is for us to really think about how we capture all that in the first instance, and why aren't we capturing all that would be my question, because it does evoke a different response than someone who's just Aboriginal, because that's
I mean, the days of community, and like if you think about Chinese and all of those, cultures, they very much respect and look after elders. And I think that there's a body of work, there's a real concern that that level of respect and that ability to look after our elders, because our elder people now are living longer. And in the past, we never had to really consider it. And I think there are, you only have to go to ACES and you see a lot of elders that are just left there, no family visit them. There's no, so, you've got a question sometimes where there's caring, nurturing community, but our elders and the stories that they tell. And so I think, it's really, really a challenge to make sure that we look at elders, we understand them. But there's the broader issue of elder neglect. We don't map them for, their needs as far as, health, as far as checks, like my brother, he's got early dementia. And if he didn't have us, he would be so isolated in his house. He wouldn't have, somebody to go and check on him. He'd do his washing when the nurses can't find him, we go track him down. And so, all those things that family do. And so I just worry that elders are probably our biggest risk, and understanding more particularly the vulnerabilities that colonisation is setting up elders, that they're not in families anymore. They're not in a nuclear family. We don't live all in a house, in a community type setting where you have eyes on elders. We have eyes on children, we have families, but elders, I think, particularly really big challenges, their health, their ability to support them, to be able to make sure they've got legal advice. Like my brother's in so many troubles with legal around fines and cars and things like that. Who supports elders and do all of that work?
Yeah, thank you.
Conscious of the time, so I might ask commissioners if you have any further questions.
Traps.
Yeah. Sarah, Aunty, is there anything you'd like to say by way of closing?
I think in terms of the disability space, we have all the data from emergency departments about family violence attendance, and the correlation between that and what Aunt was talking about. We know that our women end up, they're presenting with lacerations and head injuries, and then the follow through from that, we don't know if they're going to access disability services. If it wasn't for you here in the Commission asking the questions of the Justice Department, we had no idea that disability data existed of young people in prisons. And so once we read that in your hearings, it all made sense to us. Of course, these kids and these adults in prison, and then they get released. And I think there's another part as well for our women that have ABIs when they, because of the violence, and they get to access NDIS. And we've got a case study where a woman that came through our diversion program, once she got her NDIS bucket, that was his new way of controlling her. He tried to get her to sign those papers so he could have control of her package. So it's just another way. But yeah, I just wanted to make the thank you for the data on disability. It's so important and we just don't get it anywhere.
Got one. All right. This is about the respectful relationships. Now we understand in they're teaching this in schools. So my question to you is, how important is it that First Nations women and educating society on the importance of our culture, our history, but also addressing the racism against our women is embedded into programs like that?
Mm. Look, I think there's a lot of approaches. I mean, obviously, JELPJAR as well works with education. So getting into schools and talking to young people, but they don't talk about racism. And the really big issue is the racism. And so we're less than, you know, like I went to school and we were like the worst. There was no way that any of the boys would consider looking at me at school. So, you know, you were poor, you were black, you were dirty, you were everything like that that goes with it. So dealing with that. But I think you're absolutely right. It's how do we build respectful relationships? What do we need to do? How do we talk to young girls? I mean, I think the Commonwealth should fund us for relationship counselling as well, for talking to young girls about getting into good relationships, that they have a right to feel safe, to be able to be special, you know, that, and, you know, really sort of talking and doing that work with younger women, particularly young women in child protection, because they're more likely, they're more at risk because they haven't often had a mum or a good parental figure. So I think the role of prevention, education, early intervention, but also of, you know, schools and the importance of education and building respectful relationships and having that for young fellas to know that, you know, being really sort of a great, you know, a boyfriend and how to be that and not, you know, this jealousy, because this is the big thing that's coming up at the national level. It's this jealousy. You know, can't stand them to have a look at anybody, can't talk to anybody, the way that, you know, they isolate young people from their friends. And so, and the young girl will think that's great. That's, you know, he loves me, and that's not a really good relationship. So talking to young people and doing a lot more work, and it should be across justice, education, it should be everywhere. How do we get the message to young people?
If I can draw your attention to our education submission, we do go into that. I was happy you said that, Travis, because that's exactly my recommendation, our recommendation in the VACCA's education submission around respectful relationships and unpacking racism in that. But also I think we've been doing a lot of work internally around language of our staff and how they talk about boys and girls differently. We've always privileged boys more in society than what we do in girls, and we've found that historically through our case files. And so we've been making a lot of effort to really talk about language and how we report and talk about boys and girls differently.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. And thank you, Aunty Muriel and Sarah, for your attendance this afternoon. Commissioners, could we just have a short break for a changeover to the next
Yes.
15 minutes?
Yes, we can. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your submission.
You.
Thank you. I hope Aunty Nolan gets well soon. Thank you. Aren't you dancing for me or doing
Council, we can resume.
Thank you, Commissioners. We now have a panel of First Nations people to discuss economic life before the Commission. I'll allow each of them to introduce themselves shortly, but we have Ian Hamm, Paul Briggs, Karen Milward, and online we have Associate Professor Michelle Evans. Maybe just starting with you, then Paul, could you please introduce yourself to the Commissioners?
Paul Briggs, Yoorrook, Executive Chair of the Kyle Institute in Shepparton.
Thank you. And do you undertake to tell the truth to this Commission today?
Do.
Thank you. And Karen, could you please introduce yourself to the Commissioners?
Yes. Good afternoon. Karen Milward. I own and operate Karen Milward Consulting Services, and I'm the chairperson of Kinaway Chamber of Commerce Victoria.
Thank you. And Karen, do you undertake to tell the truth to the Commission today?
I do.
Thank you. And then Ian, could you please introduce yourself to the Commissioners? I know you've given evidence before, but if you could please reintroduce yourselves.
Yes, my name's Ian Hamm. I'm a Yoorrook man. I chair the First Nations Foundation among other boards.
Thank you. And do you undertake to tell the truth to the Commission today?
Yes, I do.
And then Michelle, if I can turn to you, could you please introduce yourself to the Commissioners?
My name's Michelle Evans. I'm the Director of the Dylan Dewar Centre for Indigenous Business Leadership at the University of Melbourne and Melbourne Business School.
And Michelle, do you undertake to tell the truth to the Commission today?
I do.
Thank you. If I can start with you, Ian, you've had extensive experience in both state and federal governments. What roles have you had in that work?
Yeah, so I was in the public service for over 32 years, but I think most relevant to today's hearing was I was Executive Director of Aboriginal Affairs for the State Government of Victoria and Deputy Director there for a total of 8 years. I was Director of Aboriginal Economic Development for the state as well, Director of Workforce Access and Participation, and Director of Economic Inclusion for the state. Currently, I also am chair of the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation as well, with other things mixed in that as well. But that's, if you like, the overview of direct economic activity from a government perspective, and also done some other work outside of government as well.
And you mentioned that you now sit on a number of boards, including the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation, the Koori Heritage Trust, and in particular for today's purposes, the First Nations Foundation. Could you please explain to the Commissioners what the work of the First Nations Foundation is?
Yeah, okay. So the First Nations Foundation now, we look at a number of different things. One of them, or primarily a lot of it, has to do with around financial literacy and Aboriginal people. So we look at particularly giving people the skills and the knowledge that they need to be able to manage their own personal finance a lot better. One of the things that we've seen evolve over time is, particularly with our younger cohort who are participating more in the economy, is giving them the skills they need to be able to manage the income that they're earning. So what we have found is over time an increase in the number of people who are not only having disposable income, that is, money to pay the bills, but having increasing amounts of discretionary income. So at the First Nations Foundation, we're focused on that, giving people the skills to say, not only how to budget, but how to maximise what you've got. We've recently moved into the space as well of providing business literacy, financial literacy as well, to Aboriginal people who are in business. One of the issues that has developed over time that Karen and Michelle will particularly know is with the rapid acceleration and growth of Aboriginal businesses over the past decade, in round terms, a lot of people, there's a huge startup Aboriginal business sector. A lot of the knowledge of what do you need to run a startup business, how do you get it financially sound, how you manage all that. There has been, if you like, that vacuum of knowledge. We're one of the players in that space now. We've been asked to, among others, to be part of that. One of the things which we are moving into as well is a sector approach to Aboriginal financial wellbeing. So we work with the superannuation sector more than anything else. So not individual superannuation businesses, although we do, but primarily we look at the superannuation sector. So we have a good relationship with the two peak bodies for the superannuation sector, and increasingly looking at, we work with the banks, but increasingly wanting to work with them not as individual banks, so the big four in particular, but other banks as well, but looking at how we might work with them as a banking sector for a range of different issues. Primarily, if you want to break it up into two parts, one obviously is at the individual level, what can the banking sector do to better support Aboriginal people as people who use the finance system? But I think increasingly it will be what can be done to support the Aboriginal business sector better by the banking sector as opposed to individual banks doing their business. So First Nations has, that's the broad sweep of what we do.
And that probably leads quite well to some of your work, Karen. You're chair of Kinaway Chamber of Commerce, Mullumalum Indigenous Gathering Place, Indigenous Leadership Network Victoria, and the Bundawan William Healing Service. And you're also a director of First Nations Foundation. In particular, could you explain the work of Kinaway to the commissioners?
Yes, sure. So we established Kinaway about 12 years ago now. This is its fourth iteration of what it actually looks like. So it really is a proper Chamber of Commerce now, particularly in the last 4 years. So I've been involved from the beginning, being the chair the whole time. And I guess the main aim is to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses to succeed, to grow, to be sustainable, and providing those supports that are required depending on what the business need is. We have about 400 members who are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses, and they're all working across 47 different industries. So not just in the Aboriginal space, but doing things that other people do, like in construction. We've got about 36 construction businesses, which is pretty incredible. Our biggest construction business is BAPA, which is through the Federation of Traditional Owner Corporation. And last year, we decided that we would open up our membership to be more inclusive. So now we accept the Traditional Owner Corporations, Aboriginal arts organisations, anyone who's doing business or making a profit, basically. We are accepting that membership. We also have over 250 corporate partners, which are, your corporates, your local governments, universities, not-for-profits and so on. So when they become members, they also get support to actually work with our Aboriginal businesses. One of the big things that a lot of our corporates will do is we'll work through the red tape of their probity and contract information to make sure that procurement practices are not a burden to our community. And that's been a huge amount of work that Kinaway does. We're based in South Melbourne, so we relocated from Hoddle Street to there. The space is a lot better. So we have 2 floors, and we allow our Aboriginal businesses and partners to come in and hot desk, have their meetings there. So it's a bit of a hub, if you like. And we employ 20 staff doing all sorts of different things. And it's just been an amazing thing to be a part of.
Thank you. And Paul, you've had extensive experience in the Aboriginal community in Victoria over the course of your life. You mentioned you're currently Executive Director of the Kaila Institute, and you're also Chair of the Dungala Kaila Foundation. Do you mind explaining the work of, in particular, the Kaila Institute?
Yes. Can I take a little bit of liberty to talk about history and how we've got here? The economic development or building an economy that looks after First Nations peoples. My great-grandfather in 1877 was a part of a deputation of Moira and Yalupna men making deputations to the Governor of New South Wales for land. post the theft and massacres that occurred along the Goulburn, along the Kyela and the Dungala, the Murray River, along the streams. The economy that was working at the time of that happening was a holistic approach to building life and well-being indicators that supported all of those tribes, all of the Yoorrook Nations people that were living along those rivers. My approach to building an economy or supporting an economy has been one around the survival and the well-being of the culture and identity, the sustainability of the culture and identity of Yoorrook people, and in particular First Nations peoples. And in 1992, under the Victorian Aboriginal Economic Development Committee that I was chairing at the time, hosted the first Economic Development Conference at Marysville. Since that time, we've been working to try and find a way to inspire and Indigenous peoples to engage in economic pursuits in our communities, as opposed to being held on the rations that exist under the crisis management systems. That's been a difficult challenge for us. And I will refer briefly to just what happened in the referendum in up on Yoorrook country, where there was almost a 75% no vote against the rights of First Nations peoples. This underpins our ability to safely navigate the economy and the business opportunities. At the time of my great-grandfather, we occupied 20,000 square kilometres of land that was seen to be Yoorrook country. Today, I think if we had maybe 2,000 acres, which comprises of the Cummeragunja Aboriginal Reserve and some other minor holdings, has been the dispersal and the deconstruction of an economy that surrounds Yoorrook people. The prosperity plan that I talked to comes from probably the last 40 years, and the building of the First Nations Credit Union in 1999, and trying to drive people's awareness of the importance of the financial services sector for the future of First Nations peoples, and to stimulate financial inclusion and financial literacy. We partnered with a financial services institution, and that we didn't have enough protection in that engagement, and it didn't continue. But it showed that Aboriginal people were wanting to buy into the notion of ownership and of having ownership of an approach to financial services, and to engage in things like home ownership, etc. From the First Nations Credit Union, established as the inaugural chair, established the First Nations Foundation to absorb the copyright of First Nations Credit Union, and to continue the approach then to financial literacy and financial inclusion. So it's been I don't know if you can call it a slow burn, but it's been a while that we've been tackling this issue. And in line with the partnerships that are currently emerging, and the policy environment around the policy environment around buying into the contracts within industry is a slow process around addressing the ignorance, addressing the cultural safety, addressing the challenge that our people have of breaking through that barrier of systemic racism, and to build the skills to do it and to have the resources to back them up, to back ourselves up. I would say that it's very limited, the amount of resources that Aboriginal people have if you're not tied to the advocacy of government or the support of government. Well, then we don't really have a lot of resources at our disposal. So the Coelho Institute established about 2010 after we established the Koori Resource and Information Centre in 1988 to actually do the thinking around, well, we can't invest all our leadership in the crisis management sector. We've got to think this stuff through as to how do we disentangle ourselves from the bureaucracy and disentangle ourselves from being locked into the rations that that government have provided over the last 200 years. So the Goulburn-Murray Regional Prosperity Plan is a rights-based plan that we feel Yoorrook people have a right to an economy, that we have a right to an economy that is similar to the economy that we had and the quality of life that we had prior to invasion, that the region, we're still on Yoorrook lands, and that there's a regional GRP there of something like $8 billion a year that comes off our lands that Yoorrook people don't see the value of. We think that the regional prosperity plan is the region taking ownership of that and taking ownership of the notion of closing the gap and reinstating the wellbeing indicators and economic indicators that orbit around Yoorrook people. The premise of the regional prosperity plan in the Goulburn-Murray is to close the gap in 15 years, and in doing so, generate a further productivity into the GRP of something like $150 million per year. To arrive at this position in 2008, we asked Access Economics, along with the Australian Business Council, to support the concept of, well, what happens? What happens if we have a lifestyle that we're happy with, that we've closed the gap, that we're not dogged by all of the negative deficit data that describes us, that we've reinstated our rights? What happens? And the notion of, well, if that happens, $150 million of increased productivity is the Goulburn-Murray, is the win for the Goulburn-Murray. So it's a win-win. We've also then asked KPMG Australia to work with us to develop a plan that would help us drive that productivity dividend. And over the last 5 years, we've worked with industry, we've worked with local government, we've worked with the leadership of the Goulburn-Murray and with Indigenous communities, with Yoorrook people, to develop a plan that would see us integrated, not assimilated, but integrated into the regional economy and driving our levels of self-independence at a family-based level and having those wellbeing indicators that is commensurate with enjoying life. The Coelho Institute has put this on the table for both state and Commonwealth. It was launched in 2021 by Minister Pulford in Shepparton, and it's still looking for that investment from government and from industry, because it challenges us to work outside the silos and to have a holistic approach to driving the wellbeing and the future of Yoorrook people, where people are aspirational about their investment in regional priorities and investment in regional industries, and buying into the notion that the investment in regional priorities is investment in the future for Yoorrook people. So that underpins the regional prosperity plan. It's as I was saying, it's a rights-based model, it's an economic model, and it's a sustainability of the future and culture and identity of Yoorrook people model. it's our way of extricating ourselves out of the poverty. Thank you.
And I might return to some questions about the plan specifically later during the course of the panel. But thank you for that background. That's saved me a number of the questions that I was going to have a bit later on as well. Michelle, to bring you in now, you mentioned that you're an associate professor at the Faculty of Business and Economics at the University of Melbourne, and you specialise in the areas of Indigenous leadership and entrepreneurship. I just wondered if you could explain to the commissioners in a bit more detail some of the focus of your research work and a number of the various initiatives that you've established at Melbourne University regarding Indigenous entrepreneurship.
Thank you for that, and I'd be delighted. I think, you know, alongside the establishment of Kinaway, we were really excited to set up a business masterclass around the same time, 2011, when Karen was also setting up Kinaway, going out and talking with our Aboriginal business owners across the state of Victoria about the sorts of education required to really accelerate their businesses and scale them or build them up for the lifestyle business they wanted. And out of that consultation and partnership with Kinaway, Melbourne Business School established the Murra Indigenous Business Masterclass program. We're about 12 years old, same as Kinaway, and we're currently up to our 15th cohort through the program. And I guess why I'm starting at this point, Commissioners, is to really say that the Murra program has become very generative. It's built out a community of alumni, of nearly 250 alumni across Australia and a great many in the state of Victoria, who not only share their experience of the program, but they actually share a real personal commitment to developing the Indigenous business sector and inspiring and working with community around the next lot of businesses that may well come through. And during doing the Murra program over the years, it has inspired a great many research projects and different initiatives. Some research early on in partnership with Kinaway as well as Supply Nation was to look at Indigenous entrepreneurial leadership and what motivated Indigenous entrepreneurs to not only establish their own businesses, but really the sort of motivations that drove those firms over time. And we've developed some great research out of there, including some current work that is coming out around the types of businesses that we see in the Indigenous business sector, those kind of cultural businesses that Karen alluded to earlier that do goods and services. We've got our businesses that go in and out of non-Indigenous kind of spaces, bringing Indigenous networks and ideas and Indigenous knowledges and communities into connection, those sort of broker type businesses. And we've also got our open market firms like the construction companies that look like any other construction company, perhaps at the front end, but really in the way the business is organised and run on that Indigenous philosophy of the business is really quite different. Further initiatives have developed out of the Murra program over the time, including the establishment of Indigenous Business Month, claiming all of October to celebrate Indigenous businesses across Australia and to set up a bunch of awards about what we think as the Murra alumni might be really important to celebrate about Indigenous business. So Indigenous to Indigenous business trading and Indigenous Ingenuity Award for Indigenous community-inspired businesses and businesses that give back to community. All of these different types of awards that really speak to the true nature of what we have found, not only in the classroom, but through research about Australian Indigenous businesses. We've also established a regional and remote sort of business pop-up hub program back in 2017 that has now really become a key plank of the new Dylan Dewar Centre. And that is about taking Indigenous entrepreneurs out into regional and remote spaces that they may well be connected to through family and kinship connections, and having Indigenous entrepreneurs work with Indigenous entrepreneurs in regional and remote to grow businesses, and to even work with people who may be business curious to think about the sorts of things that may come alive when you start your business journey. And so all of these various different kind of parts really have led to the Murrah alumni calling upon the University of Melbourne and Melbourne Business School to establish an academy, a research centre, a business education space that really does put Indigenous business at the forefront. And out of that 50 Indigenous business leaders roundtable in 2019, we have now formed the Dylan Dewar Centre for Indigenous Business Leadership. We will be 3 years old in August, and the centre is based on three kind of streams of work, and using working with the Woiwurrung around the language, the gifted language of Dylan Dewar, which means everlasting flow. The idea that research and education and community engaged work is not separate in its streams, but in fact it builds upon and generates for each of them. We've found that to be true. So in our research area, our flagship research project is about quantifying the economic contribution of Indigenous businesses and corporations around Australia. Up until this work, it has been relatively silent on the economic contribution of our businesses and corporations, and I think it's just the beginning. There is a big data story to talk about when we're thinking about economic empowerment, and we can get into that a bit later. We continue to run our Murrah Indigenous Business Masterclass program, and now have built out a postgraduate suite of courses to support the movement of our non-award alumni into postgraduate and post-secondary work. In fact, 10% of all of our Murrah alumni go on to do postgraduate work, which is an incredible achievement of individuals, and remain connected to universities across Australia. And thirdly, this engagement work, working with communities, in partnership with communities, to build and strengthen economic growth through individual businesses, but also through economic dialogue and research. So that's the work that we are undertaking and hope to grow out into the future.
Thank you. Each of you in various ways discussed the importance of Indigenous approaches to the economy, or Indigenous economic prosperity through Indigenous business or Indigenous economic plans. The very concept of an economy is often so heavily laden with Western meaning, and I just wondered if you each would be able to describe what a First Nations approach to economic life is. Maybe I'll start with you, Paul, if you've got any ideas about that.
I think it's a real challenge to try and get sustainability and stability in the relationship if you're not protected by acknowledgement of rights and a more disciplined approach to addressing systemic racism that's locked us out of and excluded us from being engaged in regional economies. And also a part of that is our vision as Yoorrook people about where we see ourselves as investing in regional economies, and how we work alongside the same people who dispossessed, and how we invest in the business sector of our region that has been driving a very good GRP over the last 100 years without any return to the Yoorrook people. So I think it's also a challenge around where power and authority operate, and how you compete. And it's not an easy thing to break into the competition and to have a level playing field to compete on, when most of the industry is over 100 years old, 150 or more, and they've got systemic skill sets and family-based relationships to land over that time. For us to come back in off the mission and try and compete in that environment without having our rights acknowledged is a real challenge. So I think it's spiritual, it's emotional, it's got elements of managing trauma, generational trauma, and it's our capacity to vision ourselves in the next 25 to 50 years as a community that's enjoying the life on our country, and that the economy is looking after us as we look after the land. And I think that's a real challenge for us to vision ourselves out of the crisis, and to compete on a day-to-day basis in everyday transactions that are happening in our region. So I don't think there's any one answer to how we do this, but I think cultural expression and cultural affirmation are critical ingredients, and the value of our cultural expression in the mainstream economy, so that we're not being asked to leave elements of our cultural integrity when we enter the Western space. And I think that was sounded out very strong in our region in the recent referendum, where it was the high 76% of people that said we don't know enough about you. And where there's the history of our relationships of, white men, black men, white men, black women, white women, where we've had this history of I don't know what that word is, but of challenge around these relationships, and then we have to make our way into the Western infrastructure to support the future of our endeavours. And as Yoorrook people, I think we will have to see our investment in regional GRP and regional economy is an investment in our own future. So we're not creating an economy that sits on the fringes. We have to look at the priorities that sit in our region, the industry that sit in our region, and find ways to invest in those economies. We're only 4% of the population in our region, so we have to find ways to do that. And that's part of the challenge, I think, for us. But it's where treaty takes us, it's where planning takes us, and it's potentially where the Goulburn-Murray Regional Prosperity Plan enables us to put something on the table that drives governance, drives legislation, and provides support to build an economy that will see us extricate ourselves from the deficits over the next maybe 15, 25 years. It's not an overnight success.
Aaron, I could see you nodding a lot during Paul's evidence. Did you want to add from your perspective about some of those challenges, but also opportunities that particularly, Kinaway has examined from the perspective of Indigenous business?
Yeah, I think one of the main challenges for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in business has been that we've had no assets or money behind us like other families do in the non-Aboriginal community. So knowing that you've never had a house, you've never owned a car, you can't get a loan, and these are things that people take for granted sometimes, where people say, well, why don't they just go to the bank and get a loan like everybody else? And the problem is because you don't have that backing behind. And even if you say my generation, my parents certainly, kept us all going, but they didn't own any assets. So it's been up to my generation to create that. So people of Paul's generation, probably a small number of people have been able to, own their own homes and, other assets. So I know people who own farms where it has been in their family for, a couple of generations where the white farmer has handed it over, which, very generous, but they've been able to make money from that. And then being able to pass it on through the next generation. So that's one of the big challenges. And therefore, the challenge that goes with that is if you do have your business, you can't grow your business or sustain your business because you can't because you have no equity. So therefore, you can't grow and go further. The other thing that goes with that is that when government puts out a contract for something, it's usually, say it's for, $30 million and it is and it's for 5 years and it's to lay asphalt. We do have a couple of asphalt businesses and they can't get a piece of that pie of that contract because they're not big enough, but they can certainly do the work. So we go in and we negotiate and say, you're giving, this contract to this business you've been giving it to for the last 20 years, and then your parents that owned it beforehand. So there's sort of like, 60 years of giving this same, business this contract. So we go and we say, can you just give us a piece of that pie? So we give that piece of the pie and it gets negotiated. And then the relationship is between, the two businesses as well. And then all of a sudden they're able to grow. And Aboriginal businesses will always employ Aboriginal people. So, we're, keeping this going all the time. We're starting to generate wealth. The other problem we have is with procurement, with government in particular, is understanding all the contract requirements. And some of these contracts are like, 100 or so pages long. And if you're providing a good or a service, you might be really good at that component, but you might not be, savvy to understanding the government procurement process. So Kinaway helps navigate through that as well. And we have probably about 30% of our businesses need that help with the big contracts. So if our businesses are given like 5 to 10 year contracts, there's sustainability right there, and you're able to help, grow that business. We had one business where we had a corporate partner actually invest up front. So they gave all the money to buy all the equipment, resources, tools, and so on, and to pay their people that they were employing for 12 months. And the condition on that was you just pay it back like a loan. But they did it directly through the company. And this business now it's grown 4 times and has been able to employ, triple the amount of people it had. And that's within 4 years. That was all during lockdown and everything. Quite amazing. And the owner of that, I won't say because he said, you can talk about it, but don't talk about it. So I said, okay. But there's lots of learnings with this, and that's what Kinaway's been able to help with. Then we have your sole traders. So at least 70% of our members are sole traders. So they own and operate like myself. So I've been operating my business consulting for 20 years now. Go me, it's been a tough slog, but, continue to do that. And, I get to that point where I'm like, oh, how much longer can I, actually go with this? And maybe I should think of doing something differently. So there's our businesses that want to kind of pivot and look at other ways of doing things. And during lockdown, some of our businesses didn't necessarily close, but we call it go into hibernation, where they just sort of sat there thinking about, well, what am I going to do? And some people went back into government and just kept their business on hold for a little while. And then we helped some of those businesses pivot. So we had one business, which was an art business, then they became a furniture supply business because everyone was working from home. So let's get, that office desks and furniture to those homes, and they'll be able to pick up, and then they're able to employ other people. The other opportunity is the circular economy. where Aboriginal businesses contract Aboriginal businesses who contract Aboriginal businesses. So it goes round and round and round, and we're supporting each other. So when I work on a project myself, I've got a team of about 12 people that I will subcontract to. So I deliberately set up in my business that I wasn't going to employ people anymore, had enough of managing staff. So I didn't want to do that when I was working in government. And so it's easier to manage, via contract. The biggest issue that I had myself and other consultants, we've got about 50 people who do consultancy, is that people coming up to you and saying things like, Karen, can you do the same as a non-Aboriginal consultant? And I'm like, really? Well, I just wrote this tender proposal, didn't I? So it means, yes, I can write. But there's this assumption that you can't because you're Aboriginal and, are you educated enough? So not even, sort of really reading your proposal. So there's this, assumption all the time that you can't do the same as a non-Aboriginal business. And that's a hard thing to break through. The other big thing is black cladding. And it's been a big issue we've been fighting for probably the last 2 years in particular, because it's really reared its head, and particularly in the construction industry. So government actually, enforces in its contracts for capital works in particular that you must employ, to have 2.5% Aboriginal employment, or you have, part ownership in your actual company. So to win that contract, people sort of do, shifty deals. Yeah, and one of them is the black cladding. So I will someone might approach me and say, Karen, we want to win this contract. We will pay you so much to be part owner with us. And then we become a member of Kinaway. And then we get certified, and then we have that opportunity. So people do that. People have said, yeah, if I'm going to get 100 grand for you just to sit there and have my name signed on, then I might do that. And so we've actually had to put, some strict processes in place around that. So we have a good relationship with the regulator, with ASIC. And what they do is they actually check the ownership every week for us. So someone comes in, we go, yep, this is all above board. It looks above board. They get certified. They've provided their proof of Aboriginality and everything else. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I talk too much, I start. And then a week later, the ownership changes. But we don't know that without ASIC sort of telling us, because we don't have the resources to keep checking all the time. The other problem we've had is with the CFMEU, if I can tell the truth on that one, is where they prevent some of our businesses from working on site because they don't have an EBA, but then they can't get the EBA unless the union actually supports that. So we've had to work through that, and that's very political in all senses of the word, both with government and the people who own the businesses. So it's a tricky one that we have to navigate. Kinaway was accused publicly last year of supporting black cladding businesses. That's certainly not something that we do. So I'll put that on the record. And we just want to support Aboriginal people to, achieve what they want to achieve, contribute to the Victorian national and international economy. And something, we did last year was we were the first chamber to actually take 35 Aboriginal businesses to America. And we did a trade leadership mission. And in October, we'll be taking 20 businesses to Italy, to Rome and Milan. And we'll be doing that with the Italian Chamber of Commerce. And they'll be sending 20 of their businesses as well. So we'll be doing this, crossover exchange with people. So what we want to do in the future is the opportunity is to support growth of our Aboriginal businesses and entrepreneurs so they can be sustainable, that they can get 5 to 10 year contracts that are out there, and to break the racism and discrimination component of providing goods and services. I think back, and I have said this to a couple of people who are my clients, where I say Aboriginal people have been doing business since time immemorial. We were trading, we have our trade routes, we set up marketplaces, and we would trade for things that we needed. and that has continued on. So I find that some people are amazing business owners, and some individuals I know have 5 or 6 businesses, right? So they're very entrepreneurial and have some great ideas and doing, amazing things. So I see that closes the gap on a lot of the issues, because when you're employed, then you can actually feed yourself, then you're healthy, then you can afford housing, and the list goes on and on and on. But when you're not, and the hope is taken away, that becomes really challenging. So we have young people now that want to start up their businesses because their parents have been doing it. And if we remember back in the ATSIC days, CDEP was the hope, wasn't it? Working for the dole. I see mum and dad work for the dole, so I'll work for the dole. Then it became working in the health, sector. We have so many people that work in the health sector. Then it became the justice sector. So it was all the social justice sort of deficit thing. And we want to get out of that. People want to do, really good and interesting things. And I just think, it's amazing what some people are doing. So, yeah.
And just continuing to focus on the development of Indigenous businesses as an element of the economy. Ian, based on your extensive experience in government, what are some of the levers you think government can pull to assist in the development or growth of Indigenous businesses in the state?
I think there are some levers that government can pull, but I have to say I think government's role in the economy is somewhat limited. I think one of the problems we face is looking to government to fix Aboriginal economic participation. While that's true of social policy areas, it's not true of the economy. It has much less capacity to fix problems, as it were. If you think about it's child protection, or if you think about the education system or the legal system, government can legislate, government can regulate, government can really drive it. The economy it can influence, but it can't fix, as it were, unless it's a micro problem. Having said that, I think government's capacity within that realm to do something, and I think procurement targets are a classic example. I mean, they're kind of a blunt instrument, is that we're going to demand of departments they spend X percent of their overall budget on the Aboriginal business sector. Now, when that first came in, the targets were quite big, but there was no Aboriginal business sector to meet them. That was the point of them, to build the Aboriginal business sector, to create a market that economics is so simple, really. Demand and supply. There was demand, government had procurement targets. The supply wasn't there, but the supply has built up. So government has performed a role in that area of being able to do that. I think by also its influence onto the private sector, that's actually where 95+% of the economy exists, is not in government. The entire justice system exists in government. The entire education system, effectively exists in government, notwithstanding private education. They still operate in the regulatory environment of government. The economy, 95% of it exists outside of government. But so government can influence rather than direct it. So the example of it setting, for example, the procurement targets, that set an example for larger players in the private sector to follow suit. So you do have the bigger end of town having their own procurement targets, having their own initiatives. That's come more by influence than by direct direction of government, if you want a better term. If you really want to get to where government can play a much bigger role, one thing government has appallingly done is think about Aboriginal macroeconomics. It thinks microeconomics. Here is a problem, let's fix it. Or let's play in just this space. Or employment. You think about employment and its great whole, yet most government employment policy is built around taking unemployed to employed. That is brutishly easy to do. Take an unemployed person and put them in a job, keep it there for 6 months. That's easy to do. I know because I used to run it. The hard part, and this is where I think macroeconomic policy has to come into it much more, is thinking about, so how do we help Aboriginal people not only get into employment, but have a lifetime of increasing income over a lifetime of economic participation and employment. And I say employment because notwithstanding the exponential growth of the Aboriginal business sector, the bulk of people, Aboriginal or non-Aboriginal, are on somebody else's payroll, right? We're on somebody else's payroll, we are employed. So if we think about how do we get the Aboriginal business sector to grow, knowing it will have that multiple effect on employment. So I think if I'm government, well, I'm government, I used to be government. If I think about that and why, when I left Aboriginal Affairs, I went to the economic department was because I knowing the economy is really over the long term, how we reposition Aboriginal people in Australian society. If you think about government falls into two great pillars, everything falls into one, most likely both of these two great pillars, social policy or economic policy. Now, the bulk of Aboriginal interaction with government and government response has been in the social policy space. If it was a credit card, and I'll use the finance one because that's what we're talking about. If it's a credit card, we've just about maxed out the social policy credit card. We've probably got all the gains we're going to get. There's probably a little bit more here and there, but fundamentally, we've probably got as far as we can go. Economic policy, if that's a credit card, we have hardly used it. We haven't even used it enough to even get interest charged on what we've used, as it were. Economic policy, we haven't thought about that at a macro scale. That should be the one that I think government needs to put far more consideration to. And rather than a programmatic approach, let's have a procurement policy, let's have an employment policy of unemployed to employed kind of stuff. If you would apply a macroeconomic lens to Aboriginal Australia or Aboriginal Victoria, what would that look like? What would we be trying to achieve? How can government bring its massive resources around higher macroeconomic policy and also engagement of the private sector? And also, if you think about, for example, in Michelle's world, the intellectual power of macroeconomists who reside in universities to this vacant space at the moment, what would that look like? Now, Paul's spoken about it at a regional level. He's trying to do macroeconomic policy on a regional level, but that will only have a certain effect because once you're outside of the Goulburn Murray area, you're into the Bendigo area, or you're into the the Wodonga area, or you're in Melbourne. You really need, the way the economy works, to have, at the very least, a Victorian or southeastern Australian macroeconomic policy approach, if not a national one. Could the Victorian government use its influence to engage with the federal government around having a much greater focus on an macroeconomic policy as the way of uplifting Aboriginal people, given, as Paul said, the referendum? I think we tested the boundaries of the largesse of ordinary Australians about how far they are willing to go in support of uplifting Aboriginal people. We know where the boundary is. It's one of the reasons I say we've probably maxed out the social rights-based justice approach around Aboriginal affairs. So let's switch it to the one we have not tested substantially, which is the economic policy. That's where government can actually make a huge difference. That's where government can really bring its weight beyond just funding of things. I think we put too much focus on funded things, on budget. It has a role to play, but I think the for want of a better term, the moral and ethical weight of government about refocusing on focusing on using that other great pillar of the economy to uplift Aboriginal people. That's where government can play a role, and particularly ministers who don't traditionally look in the space of Aboriginal affairs. The big ones for me are obviously Treasury. That's where, to be honest, that's where the economic brains are. The Department of Jobs, DJ Sir, I can't remember what the SIR stands for, but that one. It's
Three
a very,
sixes in there, but I'm not too sure where.
There's a lot of stuff in there, but very much a programmatic department, and that's what they do, and they do it well. They do it to the best of their ability. Karen and I sit on the Victorian Aboriginal Economic Council, which is part of DJ Sir. But it's very much activity and program focused about where do we go from here in the next budget cycle, not what is the long-term economic outlook and uplifting of Aboriginal people over a decade or a generation. What are the big things beyond hitting targets or short-term targets and expenditure of budget allocations we have? What's the big picture? That for me is probably more Treasury than it is those activity-based departments. So government rethinking which parts of government need to be involved, which ministers need to be engaged with this, rather than just going to the ones that we've traditionally or have traditionally been seen as the ones leading on Aboriginal affairs.
Michelle, picking up on something that Ian said that I know you have some views about. Ian mentioned the close the gap targets and a narrow focus on employment. My understanding is that the close the gap economic indicators are focused on Indigenous employment, and that you've written to the Productivity Commission urging it to broaden its thinking about some of those indicators. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to explain why you think that's important and what impact that might have on that macroeconomic view that Ian talked about.
Thanks for that. And look, I think all the panelists have made some really important points of view. I think on the close the gap target measures, we have a measure for economic empowerment that is looking at Indigenous employment. And employment is really a critical element to economic health in our communities and across the Australian community. But there are other ways of thinking about economic empowerment, about home ownership. Certainly we could look at some of the statistics around that, around the building of savings and superannuation, which I know Ian mentioned before, is a part of understanding the wealth of different people, and of course of business ownership. That is such an interesting indicator. But if we put all of those indicators together, from employment through to business and home ownership, we're starting to build up indicators to understand the social mobility of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, which I think is really an interesting way to think about it. And to be thinking about social mobility, we need to think intergenerationally, which goes back again to Uncle Paul's comments. And I've been thinking a bit about this and researching into this area because it is quite an empirical phenomenon. There are statistics that support this. We have published on this that Indigenous people across Australia and the US and Canada are growing over the past 20 to 30 years. They're becoming, even though at small amounts, more socially mobile. And that's important because this is in, one to two generations. Now, the OECD in their 2022 report said that it can take up to 5 generations for individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds to achieve the mean income of a given society. And so I want to put to the Commission that if we agree that a generation is around 25 years, it has been 9 generations since the invasion and importation of white values and white systems and logics. And it's only really been a mere 2 generations since the 1967 referendum, which has instigated this ripple effect of change and repeals of legislations and that have had a distinct controlling mechanisms around our families' ability to build livelihoods that are independently driven. And so when we start to think in this historical and more generational piece, we can start to understand the barriers are not just historical, but these are very, very present. I think Karen also mentioned that, her generation, her parents' generation, and trying to understand how we build this. And wealth, one of the things that we've really noticed is the biggest barrier for business growth is intergenerational wealth and access to those through different assets. So there has to be some sort of financial mechanisms and different levers, Ian, that can be used to or created in a broader economic framework for Indigenous Australia to start to address this. And I think it does really come back to what Uncle Paul was saying as well, which is about a rights base.
And Michelle, you've written as well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the idea of tension between wealth generation and Aboriginal culture is essentially an illusory one, that in fact research suggests that both can go hand in hand. And you've written that being socially mobile is not eroding Indigenous people's connections to family, friends and culture. I just wondered if you could explain to the commissioners that what your research has shown in terms of Indigenous wealth creation being invested with Indigenous culture and knowledge, particularly through Indigenous businesses.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question. And I think this is the thing that I'm quite interested in when we start to think about, you know, received wisdom, whether it's just from mainstream discourse, we see it in films and television, and we read it in books and in news articles in the newspaper, this idea that being Aboriginal and being wealthy are incommensurate. They don't go together. That in fact identity has been aligned with poverty for such a period of time, and it creates a lot of cultural tensions for individuals and for groups and for families and in the community to really be able to manage this sort of challenge that is happening at the moment. I think it's a really interesting and difficult one. So we wanted to look at specifically the evidence around this idea that if you were more successful as a business owner and you were doing quite well, are you less aligned or connected culturally? Do you do less cultural activities or associate less with Aboriginal community? I mean, the answer to this in our research work, our empirical work, is most certainly not. In fact, the opposite is true. And as people have more resources to themselves and to their families, they are able to do much more, be able to return to country, be able to support people in their family, be able to go to different cultural events. And in fact, their Aboriginal networks are larger or as larger or at the same kind of scope as their non-Indigenous business networks. So this idea that we need to feel that threat to culture from wealth is something that we need to really consider and work on. And I think, you know, it does pay to consider the meta trend in around like racism really in society, discrimination, whether it's at the market level where you are having people talk about this idea of only working with Aboriginal businesses that are safe or Indigenous people who are safe, or and having to be that kind of consistently professional and perform particular approaches. All of these different things are really important to understand when you see that there is a lack of trust in our markets. And it requires a certain response from our Indigenous entrepreneurs, our Aboriginal entrepreneurs, who have to do a lot more work to become successful because of this kind of bigger bias in the economy. And so I think there's a piece around that. Yes, there are fiscal measures, I agree, but I think there are a lot of cultural measures that we need to think about.
Yeah, Paul, you mentioned earlier, I think in one of your answers to a question around the need for safe partnerships, safe relationships in terms of building Indigenous prosperity, particularly in your region. Did you have any views on some of the challenges that are faced that Michelle has spoken about in terms of bias and racism and those types of things for economic prosperity?
Yes, I think about, being able to operate in a rights-based environment and what that actually means, and acknowledging the sovereign rights of First Nations, in this case, in my case, Yoorrook peoples, and that rights to have an economy and to participate in the regional economy. That has never been afforded. We've been in entry-level jobs for as long as I can remember. And we were used to grow the region's economy, the fruit economy, the clearing of the land, etc. Our value in this space is not afforded because we're not embraced as a people. We're not included in the symbolism of nationhood. We don't seem to be participative in the notion of an anthem. We're not participative in our respect for the Australian flag. We're not seen to be part of the green and gold in the Matildas. We're not part of the celebration of the Australian Olympic team or swimming team, etc., unless we've got an Indigenous person in that team. So this is the nuance of who we are when we're coming into town. And bear in mind, we walked off Cummeragunja in 1939, the mission station, to engage in a town where we were not welcome. 1939 is not a long time ago, and we'd never had a plan as to how we were going to manage that interface. We still don't have a plan. We've put on the table what we've called the regional prosperity productivity. So we've even tried to change the language, talk about what aspirations might be present. So this resembles the coming into town. But we have to be conscious of, we're not assimilating. We're protecting our cultural integrity, and we're looking for the region to respond to that. And we're looking for the state of Victoria to respond to that. We've gone through the native title process where we've had to, justify who we were or who we are. And we've gone through the referendum in asking the people, similar to what my great-grandfather asked back in 1877, is about him and 25 others asking this question, well, you've taken our land, can you give us a little bit back for us to live on? We're still in that same position of asking permission. And that can only happen because we haven't established our rights. And I think that's really a critical part of what underpins an economic recovery and the recovery of the sustainability of First Nations peoples, is that acknowledgement of rights, and they're things that are not to be feared and afraid of. And it's the way we bring it into curriculum in schools. It's the way we educate the society we're living in. It's how we get welcomed from 1939 and embraced by the community that we're walking into. That hasn't happened. And we're still waiting for that to happen. So we've tried to cultivate relationships. We've tried to cultivate friendships. And most of our partnerships are based on personal investment. And if most people know me, they'll say, well, Paul, you've had that many coffees with people, and you continue to have these coffees, and you continue to shake hands, and you continue to try and convince people that that we're a priority. As 4% of the regional peoples, we're a priority that should be 100% a priority for everybody. That platform is very fragile. It doesn't encourage the confidence of parents to invest in education. it's very challenging out in the job sites to hold your sense of value in the exchange, because people see you're a taxpayer dependent body of people that's been living off since 1870s off government, and you haven't changed in your profile. These are the sorts of things that are impacting on the confidence for Aboriginal people to engage in business and to engage in the shared, contracting that goes on in our regions. And if you haven't got social status, it's very difficult to try and break in. If you're not a part of the social norms of the region, it's very hard to break into the business norms. And that's where we need, I'm really challenging thinking about, well, how do we shift this? We've worked pretty hard over the last maybe 30, 40 years, and we've seen incremental moves in education attainment and average incomes in our region, home ownership in our region. So we're working as a community really, really hard in a space where people don't value who you are. And we're slowly grinding outcomes. But it needs the weight of Commonwealth, state and private sector to get behind regions, not just our region, but get behind regions and take it seriously about what the next 15 to 25 years might look like for First Nations peoples. And we have to think about those wellbeing indicators that we want to practice around cultural expression, cultural affirmation. If we're diverse in our employment and in our careers and in our business opportunities across industries, we do need a space where we can practice who we are and be confident that there's a reciprocity in the exchange of value of culture that's afforded to a lot of people that are coming as immigrants coming into the country, that get more value placed on their cultural identity than First Nations peoples. And I think that's a challenge for us. So I've put the regional prosperity plan on the table. It's there for discussion. It's a stimulant to think, well, maybe we can do this or we can tweak it, but we've got to have a vision of where we're going as a people. And we've got to have a vision of where we're going as a community. And that sometimes like I say, my region, the Goulburn Murray, potential something like an $8 billion GRP. We should be investing in that, and that should be investing in us. Like, the harder we work, the better we become. The safer we become, the more sustainable we become as a people. But that is a circular economy operating in our region. And it's not a black thing, it's not a white thing, it's an economic thing.
I think picking up on that, Tim, I think one of the things, and Paul's alluded to it, is one of the problems is that we, and even in the discussion today, we're focused on almost, again, a negative approach of what we don't talk about, and this is more generally, it's for the economy, but just more generally, we don't talk enough about what's good about being Aboriginal, what's good about being black. If we went around this room and said, none of us are allowed to leave this room until each of us says one good thing about being Aboriginal, and we're not allowed to repeat what the person before. So if I started with Karen, Tim, you'd be struggling by the time we get around, because we never think of that. What we think about is what's wrong. I've said, tell me one thing that's bad. Life expectancy, health, blah, 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 blah. Economic barriers, da. What we don't talk about is what's good about being Aboriginal. Now, in the economic thing, we don't talk about what do we bring to the economy? What do we add to the overall health of the Australian economy, the Victorian economy, the regional economy? We don't talk about that. What we talk about is what place we don't have into it. Now, the work Paul's doing is trying to address that by calling it prosperity, not here's a problem that Aboriginal people lack, but here's what we can bring prosperity. We need to do that because it's a truism. We have to talk about what we bring, because as Paul Keating said, in a 2-horse race, always back self-interest, because you always know it's trying its hardest. So engaging with non-Aboriginal people in the economy, it has to be, here's what we bring, because here's what's in your interest. And so those non-Aboriginal people in the economy can see, actually, it's in my interest, selfishly or otherwise, is something in it for me. And that's true. You arc that up to, so I'm a non-executive director for a living these days, and I sit on the board of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. One of the great challenges for the director community now is off the back of the Banking Royal Commission and the Aged Care Royal Commission. So a little bit of economic theorising here. Michelle will understand this. So Milton Friedman was a renowned economist out of Chicago in the 60s, basically had this philosophy of the role of company directors is focused on your company, profit maximisation and return to shareholders, and as little government as regulation as possible. So Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher picked that up in broadly the 1980s, 1980, and that's run across the Western economies up until now, but say in round terms, 2020. Now, the problem is that those people who started work in 1980 as the junior office person, now 40 years later, they're the chair of the board of company X or non-executive director Y or CEO, but at the top end. They've been, their whole economic life has been about this, just focus on this and the rest of the world can take care of itself. Now, the Hamm Royal Commission called that out and said the role of company directors, particularly of the big institutional ones, is not only, yes, you have to make a profit, but there's a bigger question. What are you doing as an individual director and as a board and as an organisation? What are you doing to contribute to the society in which you live? Beyond ESG, that nice cute little box of ESG or social licence, but a bigger question, what are you doing to deliver? What are you doing to make the society in which you operate a better society? Now, I think it's fair to say a lot of boards are struggling with that. It's not a universal thing, but I don't think I'm out of school by saying a lot of people are struggling with that. What do you mean? Because it's a new concept to them to deliver this big thing. One of the things I think, if I was to say in the director community, Aboriginal people bring to the director community, and this goes back to a question you asked about a philosophical approach to the economy. So, generally, non-Aboriginal people tend to think narrowly about the individual. As a people, we tend to think collectively, right? That's how we think. We think of our mob, our community, rather than us as an individual, and then everything is subservient to that. It tends to be the other way around. Now, you take that into a boardroom, and suddenly the idea of having an Aboriginal people on a board, and I've heard this a lot too, of organisations saying, we want to have an Aboriginal person on our board, but they don't have the right skills. Well, it depends what you regard as the necessary skills at the non-executive level going forward, into the third decade and beyond of the 21st century, where there's this bigger ask. People who can think that much bigger picture, that much bigger scope of what your organisation is expected to do. Not only make a profit, not only return to shareholders, but a substantive contribution to the society in which you operate. That is something we as Aboriginal people bring to the thinking strategically of boards. I know that for a fact because I'm one of them. I know Karen is one of them too. That's the sort of thing we need to talk about. What do we bring to the economy? What do non-Aboriginal people get from us being in a positive sense? Not in a lost sense, but in a positive sense. That's how the economy works. Sadly, it's true, Australians are a giving people, but we are not a generous people. I say that because we will help somebody we think is down on their luck, but only to an extent. The minute we think they're getting a bit beyond where they should be, tall poppy syndrome, we just tend to cut them off. I think we have to address that challenge around our economic participation and turn it into real things. By having Aboriginal people in the economy, you would actually see this killing of this thing about tax, right? That the Aboriginal drawdown on Commonwealth and state budgets is bigger than what Aboriginal people pay into it. Now, if we had Aboriginal economic equity, we'd be taxpayers the same as everybody else. We'd be saying our relationship with government is the same as everybody else. A, we don't trust them. B, they tax us too much. And C, they only talk to us when they want our votes, you know. If we could ever get to that as Aboriginal people, that's where we could be or should be. But we have to rethink about how we engage in the economy, about what we bring to it, because ultimately that's what any business does, or how any market operates. It's what you bring to it rather than what you take from it. That's still in people's minds. So let's talk about, in an economic sense, what's good about being Aboriginal and what we bring to the economy, not solely on what we have lost and what people perceive we take from it, which is in fact not true anyway.
And Karen, thinking about that strength-based approach that Ian's just described around what Indigenous people can bring to the economy and Indigenous business can bring to the economy, what reflections do you have on your long experience in that sector around that type of that question of what Indigenous people can bring to the economy?
Look, we can bring lots of things to the economy, I think, and have been. I'd say that 20 years ago when I started in business myself, there was probably about 8 consultancies. There's over 40 consultancies, so we're growing. So people see what you can aspire to and achieve. I remember elders like Paul telling me that, you know, Aboriginal people spend their money locally before they spend it anywhere else, more so than, you know, other people that live locally. And this is particularly in the regions as well. So in country towns, you're spending locally rather than, you know, elsewhere. And so therefore, we've always been contributing since we were allowed to work and earn an income. I think the strengths of being in an Aboriginal business is being able to prove to yourself that you can actually, you know, achieve what you set out to achieve, make money, make a profit. I'd be very, very wealthy if I didn't have to pay tax. So hopefully that will happen at some point before I leave this planet. That would be awesome. And I think the other thing too is the expectation. So I believe that we have to work twice as hard, you know, prove ourselves, you know, twice as more as than a non-Aboriginal person. So for me to succeed, I have to, you know, work really, really hard just to prove that I can do this to other people, not just to myself. And we talk about this with Aboriginal businesses all the time about what it actually means to be a success. And so for some people, it's about earning, you know, a shitload of money. And for others, it's about survival, you know, getting day by day and being able to pay your bills and so on. But for others, it's about the legacy that they leave behind. And we've talked a bit about that, and it's not only for their children or their families or community, but it's also for non-Aboriginal people. So wanting non-Aboriginal people to be able to talk positively about how we've contributed to the economy rather than seeing us as a problem, which, you know, tends to, you know, be talked about. I also know that, you know, one of the good things that we do is the circular economy thing that I was talking about before, where we actually employ other Aboriginal businesses, or we contract from them, or we purchase their goods and services. So when we were on this trip overseas earlier this year, someone raised an issue that they couldn't produce as much product because the factory they were using wasn't big enough. And then another person who was sitting on the bus turned around and went, I've got 2 properties, so let's have a chat about that. So they had a chat about that, and now they're tripling what they're, you know, actually producing, and that was just by one conversation on a bus between 2 Aboriginal businesses. So we like to help each other. We're also very, very aware of competition, you know, and the market. and, needing to compete, for contracts and other things. So, we're very much in that space with everybody else doing that. But then we always, I always tend to stand back and think, well, if I go to an information session about a project and there are 10, consultancies there, and I sort of look around the screen or in the room and I go, maybe we can all work together on, components. And then we're bringing, more people to be involved, but you're actually learning from each other as well. And I find that we're constantly teaching each other about the good, the bad, and the ugly on being in business. But being in business is hard. I know when I started, I thought, oh yeah, this will be a piece of cake. Yeah, right. And I kept saying to myself, I can choose the days that I work and, when I don't want to work, and I'll have, maybe 3 months off a year. Yeah, right. And that doesn't happen at all. And the other thing is that we're involved in other things as well. We're not just involved in, the business sector. So we will sit on boards. We will help our community out. And one of the best things that we do as businesses, this is something we've been slowly documenting at Kinaway, is actually putting money back into the community, the Aboriginal community. So sponsoring things. So I sponsor some awards. I sponsor, young people. I pay for an apprenticeship. I have other businesses that are sponsoring scholarships in education, contributing, to kids through our community-controlled organisations. So, I've just, approached two businesses to say, look, we're never going to get money from government to, run this particular activity. Is this something that you'd like to invest in? Yeah, of course. And it's a good tax write-off too. So, so it's just thinking about what the opportunities are. It's just breaking down some of those barriers so we can actually do it to the fullest potential. And at the moment, there's a small number of us that can do that. So we want to actually, open that up. And when we do that, then more young people will want to do this too, and not just think about the standard roles of employment. I think young people in general, I call them the if I'm allowed to say this, the privileged generation, where, I feel like they're very, very spoilt. We're overcompensated for things that, we didn't have, and therefore choose not to work. Or, it's better to be on Centrelink than, going to work. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why not, contribute back to your community? And if you're not going to work, why wouldn't you volunteer and maybe volunteer in an Aboriginal business? So I've got some young people doing that at the moment, and now they're like, oh, this is really cool. I want to work for money for that now, because I can actually see the potential of what I can actually earn. So I always start that thing of, well, what do you want to do? What are the fun things that you actually want to do? Oh, I want to go on this trip, overseas. Okay, well, how much is that going to be? How long is that going to take you to save for that? And pay your bills and everything else. So, really working out those budgets. And I think that's what First Nations Foundation has done with the money program that you have, has been, absolutely amazing. And knowing that, when you save and being able to save is an incredible thing. Like my mum says to me, I can't believe you're doing what you've been doing, and, that's a big thing for her to say that. She's had 3 different businesses. My father had his own building construction business, so I kind of followed in the footsteps that way, I guess. But being able to actually have savings and to actually be able to invest, I think is really important. I had the opportunity to speak to the First Peoples Assembly working group, and Belinda's here. Who's on that group. And, one of the big things is, why not invest in our people to be able to, access money to grow their business, invest in their business, so they can do long-term contracts and then, keep contributing to the economy, and then employing local Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and even employing non-Aboriginal people, because we have non-Aboriginal people working in our businesses as well.
Michelle, to bring you in on that, in terms of Indigenous entrepreneurship and ingenuity, and in terms of the development of new and innovative ideas around Indigenous business and economic participation, through your work, and particularly thinking of some of that cross-pollination work through hubs and things of that nature that Karen's talked about in Kinaway as well. What are some of the key ingredients for success for Indigenous entrepreneurs?
I think some of the key ingredients are about having that sort of mentorship or guidance through conversations and through spaces where we can come together and share different ideas and share how people are going. I think that's been a really incredible thing. Like Karen was saying, the bus becomes this place where new economic opportunities can come about, whether it's the classroom, whether it's out on country, whether it's, you know, at a coffee shop or wherever, and these new ideas. And you see also some of our creative people in the community who are able to bring about different kind of things by bringing them together. Like there's a really incredible entrepreneur who's starting to engage in the space industry, or whether it's someone who's trying to think about AI in terms of their services and goods, or the ethical part to AI and how they could bring that forward for the community to be thinking about these sort of things. So the new technologies, it's just a real ingenuity, because people are then able to describe, as we have these yarns and build together, how not only the new ideas might work or how they're being played out in different spaces, but what it means locally or in a particular place or for a particular group of people. And I think that's where the ingenuity starts to emerge. But I really do take everyone's points, especially pointed out by Ian, about having a real strengths-based approach. And I guess, Tim, I just really wanted to say that having evidence of how much contribution our Indigenous businesses and corporations are making to the economy is a key part to really making this very visible. And that's the piece now, is how do we make visible the achievement? We've got in our latest snapshot study over 13,693 active and alive businesses in the last financial year in Australia that we're able to capture, and they generate over $16 billion in revenue. That's a figure that's quite similar to the Australian timber industry. And these businesses employ 116,795 people, which is almost as many as the Coles Group, which is one of our biggest employers in Australia. So I think these sort of just demonstrate very clearly it's not about making an argument for them. As soon as you've got those numbers, you're able to show that Indigenous businesses and corporations are a hub for a strengths-based approach and contribution to the economy. A wage bill of $4.2 billion. And I think, you know, picking up on one of the pieces around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses being incredible employers of our people is really an important piece. So that means that the workplaces are culturally safe, that there's a lot of on-the-job training and skills development that is happening in these businesses, and how people go on and where they go on to from employment in Aboriginal businesses is also another piece to concentrate on, I think. And I think now, as we're building up these sort of data integrations with our administrative data in partnership with the Australian Bureau of Statistics and our Indigenous business data custodians, we'll be able to ask some more important questions, because at the moment we're really just looking in terms of government levers to support and accelerate Indigenous business. It really has solely rested into the procurement space for quite a while. And I think there are so many different areas now that we can really look into, and understanding the wellbeing and strengthening role of Aboriginal employment and how that is really grown through our businesses. that is a key contribution to the economy of Australia, no doubt, in every single day of the year. So I think I'd really want to focus on that as a key contribution, Tim.
And an aspect that you mentioned early on in your evidence, Ian, was First Nations Foundation working with the superannuation sector, hearing those powerful numbers from Michelle about the contribution of Indigenous people to the economy in terms of employment, wage, revenue, or all of those types of things. I'm interested from your perspective about what opportunities exist in terms of the superannuation sector, given the extreme amounts of capital held by superannuation companies in Australia.
Okay, so there's a couple of ways we can cut the superannuation sector. Is one, the unknown amount of Aboriginal superannuation in the superannuation sector. So First Nations Foundation has been doing a thing called the Big Super Day Out. We're doing during Financial Wellness Week. Effectively, we take the First Nations Foundation, we take superannuation funds, the tax office and Department of Social Security, and literally help people find super they didn't know they had. So at the individual level, you have people who come there with a couple of ID things and find out they've actually got superannuation in different places around. Best one I know of is a man who came with nothing other than a shoebox with some stuff in it, and it was his wife who made him go. He wasn't going to go. He walked away with $750,000 in superannuation he didn't know he had. It was amazing. It was the old pension index scheme, Commonwealth one, but he had that. That's the best example. Lot more in the averages of the lower tens of thousands, 20,000, 30,000, and so forth. That's at the individual level. At the higher level, at the industry level, now this goes to where because superannuation funds invest their members' funds for a return to build up their members' wealth. I think there is an argument. No, I don't think there is an argument. I think there's a very strong argument to say part of the investment portfolio that the superannuation sector should start to consider is what investment can they make into the Aboriginal economy, which has two outcomes. One, a return on their investment for their members' funds. But secondly, by investing in the Aboriginal economy, you actually lift up Aboriginal people as well. Now, when you think about that, the Australian superannuation sector is worth $3.2 trillion on a bad day. Not on a good day, on a bad day, it's worth that. Surely it has the capacity to think of that as not putting funds into things that may come at the cost of return to their members, but may increase and enhance the overall outcome to their members, and expanding this idea of the eventual outcome for their members beyond the financial return that you get when you retire. Because if Aboriginal people are participating in the economy more broadly, and this is a truism, if you have money, a lot of your social problems disappear. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Now, that generally improves society, which means where superannuation fund members live, society is better. Therefore, they have a better life outcome anyway in which to spend their superannuation as they move into retirement. So there's quite a, if you like, a circular economy approach to that as well. And Aboriginal people in employment and in their own businesses, but particularly those in employment, they're all required to have superannuation as well. That's the law in this country. So if you think about Aboriginal people participating in the economy, it feeds back into the superannuation funds, for example. So I think there is a big argument. It needs to be much more fleshed out, but that is fundamentally the argument for the superannuation sector, to think beyond individual Aboriginal people, as in how do we get them more engaged in the superannuation sector at an individual level, but more broadly, how can the superannuation sector invest in the Aboriginal economy, knowing that it will come back as an investment, a return on investment to the superannuation sector. That's the macroeconomic discussions that really are in their infancy that we need to have. And the same is true of the banking sector.
Just a final question now to each of you, and I might start with you, Paul. At least a final question from me. what are the opportunities that you see from the treaty process regarding economic prosperity for First Peoples?
I think that's a critical component of a successful treaty outcome is to establish the rights to an economy in your region. That it's recognising that, you know, we're the First Nations peoples. We've lived on our country for many thousands of years. We're still there. We don't experience the productivity of our country in the same way that non-Aboriginal people do. And we've lost access to 99.9% of it. So history will show that we've been demonised and devalued in the journey. So we have to reframe the value proposition. And that can only be done through a rights-based approach, along with a human rights attitude to the future of First Nations or Yoorrook peoples. I think there's a sense that we have to find our way into the new economy. That we have to see ourselves investing in regional priorities, as I've said before, and that our efforts to invest in regional priorities sees the growth and the opportunity for First Nations, Yoorrook peoples to have a future. And that ability to be able to be optimistic and aspirational about the future is what will change the behaviours in our community. That is currently not there. This is a time, I think, for that to occur. And I think that's where the Regional Prosperity Plan and Treaty come together on determining what the future could look like from an economic perspective, from a human rights perspective, from a shared value of an integrated Yoorrook people, but protecting cultural integrity. It gives us the platform and the opportunity to do that. And it encourages people, if they choose to enter into business in that way, that that's possible. So it's not necessarily Aboriginal businesses, but Aboriginal people in business. And it talks about the diversity of career opportunities that will exist in our region, and for us to be involved in the regional growth and to see that as a part of the future for First Nations and Yoorrook peoples in our region. So I think that's you know, the hope that I have for future generations, for my grandkids and great grandkids and other kids that are orbiting around us, that we're not seen in the deficit, and that has plagued us since the mid-1800s or earlier. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Yeah, Karen, the same question in terms of the opportunity that the treaty process might provide.
Yeah, I think I was asked this the other day about that too. And for me, if we can have like an economic prosperity fund or investment fund, where we're actually, investing in Aboriginal people to be business owners and entrepreneurs, to support young people to realise that potential as well. So whether it's through startups and then, helping with getting long-term contracts. Long-term contract is a big thing in the business world because you can plan. If I get a 5-year contract and I know it's going to pay my bills for 5 years, I can plan for other things that I need to do. But we haven't been able to do that. And I think that's important. I think the other thing that can actually occur is that this whole thing about contributing to the Victorian economy, but, nationally and globally would be amazing for our people, because then you do start to shift the dial. about people's way of thinking that, oh, wow, Aboriginal people are doing really well here. I think our traditional owner corporations, getting a boost that way to realise, the economic opportunities that they're doing as well on country is really important, but needing the broader community to understand what that actually means and how they can actually, participate in that rather than being reactive. So I think about the agriculture type of businesses that people are doing, and the neighbours, might, be a bit on the rednecky side and not wanting to, kind of support or contribute, and so therefore they put up barriers. I never forget somebody telling me about having a wetland on their property, and half of the wetland was on somebody else's property, and so the traditional owners are looking after it on this side, but it was getting all, terrible on this side. And I was just like, who does that? How could you not want to look after this on your property? Just because you're next to, blackfellas, we don't want to do that. And so just those sorts of things, and shifting the trajectory a lot. But I also want to see our people have a bigger piece of the pie. Instead of, little contracty things, I want the big contracty stuff. And when you do that and you can actually invest in that, then we get more people from, our community, even the broader community, to work with us. But we're leading it, we're driving it, we're making the money on it. And I think there's a lot to be said about paying the rent, and that the rent needs to be paid back from everywhere. Not just land tax and, water tax. It's, got to come from everywhere. And I know you do that. You can do that through local councils and, ratepayers, but I'm talking about everybody, not just people that are, ratepayers. So I think businesses need to contribute, government needs to contribute more, definitely, because they can't, shirk off their responsibility about playing a part in all the barriers that, we're faced with and continue to be faced with. So I think if we can address some of those things, that would be fantastic.
Ian, same question.
Yeah, look, I suppose for me, if I was thinking what's the opportunity with treaty, it is really about extending treaty to its full, to the extent of the role particularly Victorian government can play beyond what I think a lot of people might be thinking of more immediately is almost a programmatic approach or stuff. One of the issues with the economy is we have a national economy. We can't resolve we can only do so much economic stuff within Victoria. But the Victorian government, no matter which party is in power, this is a true statement. Victoria has traditionally been the most progressive of all the states. I know there are times when we look at it and go, and commissioners, you will have heard there are plenty of examples where we are not all that progressive. Compared to every other state, we are miles ahead. The simple fact we have a commission, we're talking treaty, and we have a First Peoples Assembly. We had a reformed Traditional Owner Settlement Act that I can tell you wasn't done out of a moral driving to do the right thing. I've still got the back of the envelope. I've still got my envelope at home that I actually did the sums on to convince the Premier and the Treasurer that it was in the financial interests of Victoria to do something different to the Native Title Act. So I think one of the things I would want to see out of a treaty is that Victoria drives itself into part of the national conversation around the Australian Aboriginal economy, and that we exert, if you like, that traditional role Victoria's always had of being in front of everybody else. We're the ones who have taken this, that every other state is looking at us now. We're the ones who had the reformed Native Title Act and the Traditional Owner Settlement Act. We are the ones who have started to talk about Aboriginal economics being far more than simply land-based or job programs, unemployed to employed. We're the ones who have driven that. I would want to see in a treaty a binding of the Victorian government for the length of the treaty, no matter who's in power, that would require the Victorian government to deeply engage with the Commonwealth and the other states around Aboriginal macroeconomic policy nationwide, because that's how our economy works. That for me would be a significant legacy beyond here are some immediate things. A secondary thing, I think the Victorian government could pay, but it's really the federal government. And maybe as a derivative of a treaty, but picking up something Karen said, one of the barriers to Aboriginal economic business growth is access to capital to grow. the 10 years of massive startup we've had, that's, in one sense, that's the fun bit where you grow exponentially, those that get through that, you grow. When you get to year 10, you're in that, we need to stabilise, sustain and all that. You need capital to do that. Now, in my view, it is not really the role of government to do that because government stuff comes with too many strings, nor is it the role of philanthropy. I've often seen Aboriginal economics tied up with philanthropy for some reason, which is really weird to me. Rather, I think one of the things the Victorian government could lead the conversation about is where does this capital come from? The Australian banking sector has huge amounts of money. And one of the key problems, as Karen pointed out, is how do Aboriginal businesses get access to that? Now, each of them as a business will give you 100 reasons why they can't. But what could they do? They followed the example of the superannuation sector and acted as a single sector rather than a bunch of individual businesses. De-risk a lot of it for them. And my own personal view is that could lead to the establishment of a development bank, such as we see in third world countries where the United Nations invests in development banks. The Australian banking sector, together with the Australian government and the states and territories, could look at the establishment of a development bank. Victoria can lead that conversation, can start that conversation, can drive it, but it can do that with the moral and indeed legally binding authority of that being part of its role under what a treaty process might deliver, and do it ongoing. That would enormously help Aboriginal people into the economy, get money and wealth generated and so forth. And as I said before, if you got cash, a lot of your social problems disappear.
And then finally, Michelle, did you have any reflections on the possibility of the treaty process for economic prosperity?
Just to reflect everyone else's contributions there, Tim, and also say that if there was a economic prosperity fund established or some sort of more infrastructure, as Ian is kind of talking to, the ability to finance long-term infrastructure and maintenance for communities and businesses to run and to use as a source of economic independence, which may lead to addressing issues around energy or food sovereignty, issues that are very important and critical to us all, would be of great benefit in the long run.
Commissioners, those are my questions, unless you have any.
Yeah, please. This is probably more in the macroeconomics conversation we've just had. But and also building in, it's been mentioned a few times today, and triggered my mind when we had a senior bureaucrat come here and refer to our people as stakeholders. When you're talking about we're cultural rights holders. So thinking in the macroeconomic space, how do we realise, or how do our people's cultural rights be realised through that process? Or even just cultural rights in general?
In relation to the regional prosperity plans, it is, I think, to get the change, it needs to be acknowledged that the rights of First Nations, of Yoorrook people, history of Yoorrook people, the future for Yoorrook people needs to be acknowledged by the state in the treaty process. And for that to occur, it's acknowledging the journey that we've been on, that we need to re-establish both the social, economic and spiritual economy of Yoorrook people post-dispossession. I think that underpins our sense of, well, how do we build future aspirations for our integration into economies that are orbiting around us in the region. The infrastructure of regions, the infrastructure of towns, the infrastructure of industry is all elements of the acts of dispossession of Yoorrook peoples, First Nations peoples. I think this is the time to to acknowledge that, but also to have a strategy around how we reintroduce and protect the rights of peoples in the integration process. There's been I think that the sort of data that's been describing us for many years is the data that's describing our rejection of assimilation. And we have to reframe it, and we have to reframe the respect and value of First Nations peoples for us to achieve it. That's sort of my.
I think just when you're, and with respects as well, I know you've mentioned Yoorrook people a lot, but also the principle applies across our people across Victoria, right?
It applies to First Nations peoples across Victoria, but it also, from my observations, applies to Yoorrook or to First Nations peoples right across the country, no matter where they are.
I think one of the things, Travis, actually, when you said cultural rights, but something Paul said then, I think one of the things the economy affords us, and this goes to what do we bring to the economy, is not only exercise of our cultural rights, but one of the things that happens is a two-way exchange. That's the nature of economics. Some, goods and services for money, but a whole bunch of other stuff, knowledge, information, and so forth. One of the things I think that the economy affords us is the opportunity for our culture to spread into non-Aboriginal communities and people and everywhere. To be quite frank, I think Australia could do with want of a better term, a bit of blackening up to be more like us in a social sense, in a fundamental and core sense, because Australia is our inequality in Australia is the gaps are getting wider. It's not just us, it's everybody. You're having more capital and wealth concentrated in a smaller group of people, while a greater group of people are getting left behind and missing out. Housing is the classic example. Our children, their chances of owning housing is infinitely smaller than our generation. That's a real worry. I think one of the things that comes out of the economic interchange or Aboriginal participation in the economy is perhaps a spreading of how we view that the economy needs to be far more balanced in its distribution of economic wealth. Not in a Soviet sense, everyone's equal. I mean, clearly that didn't work, but a much greater return to a more balanced approach of how economic wealth is distributed across all Australians. You need, though, a social philosophy that underpins you to do that. And that's who we are as a people. First and foremost, we are a people, a community, rather than a collection of individuals. That makes sense. I think rather than thinking about it, how do we exercise our cultural rights? That's part of it. I think another part of it is how do we bring our culture to the wider community that has a positive economic benefit, not just in finance terms, but in that greater thing of how we should think of the economy being to the benefit of everyone in all things, in giving them a roof over their heads, food on the table, a future of their kids, and a comparatively comfortable life.
And last question from me. And part of our terms of reference is to make recommendations around redress, and you've shared kind of development bank and a couple of other ideas. Not saying that you've primarily linked it to them, but is there any other thoughts or suggestions around things that we should consider in redress?
Change the procurement target. It's only 1% for Aboriginal businesses. And in America, it's 26%. So when we went over there and met First Nations businesses, they were running, petrol stations, casinos, hotels, and they were doing very, very well. And all that filters back to, all the families and future generations and they're reinvesting that. And then I think about, we were talking about what we were doing and I was like, we're nothing compared to what you're doing over there. We can only aspire to have that. So there's that part of it. And it's not just about government reporting on the number. It's about the spend and the term of contracts as well. Had this, issue where government kept reporting on the number of welcome to countries, dances and catering. And I was like, no, sorry, that's all one-off stuff. Put that over there. I want to see the big, picture spend. So at the moment, we're contributing 600 mil through Aboriginal businesses in Victoria. and that includes going, elsewhere. So we want to see that triple or quadruple in the future. So that's a big thing. I want the barriers removed to Aboriginal businesses. It's not just about having an investment bank, but when you're talking about cultural rights, one of the cultural rights might be where we actually enforce things to actually change. It becomes this mandated thing, and particularly around, protecting our sites and protecting, country around, well, we are able to insert our cultural rights because, and that will stop you from digging up, this area of country in the future. And then we look at what you can dig up and how you do that in a more environmentally friendly way, and that opportunity goes to Aboriginal business. I think the other important thing is around investing in training and scholarships. There's some amazing people that I've met in our community through a 4-year scholarship around innovation. So, supporting that, innovation, creativity that is there, but people can't afford to do the 4 years at uni to do that, and then everything else that goes on top of that. So I think if we invested more in that, we'd encourage more people in our community to study and gain new skill sets, and then be able to, be part of the next generation and so on. Because if we don't invest, then we're just going to be doing the status quo.
I was just going to say that what underpins the regional prosperity plan is the closing the gap, for want of a better word. I think that might be a slogan more than a strategy. If our mob can live as long and share in the same quality of life as everybody else, regional productivity grows by $150 million in our region, just in that region. And that's an average. And we've been able to punch above our average most of the time. So in that, though, is the thing around respect and value and cultural affirmation and cultural expression, and the integration of Indigenous culture and the support of the region, or the integration of the region into First Nations space. But that target of life expectancy, quality of life, increased productivity is what underpins it. So it's bringing that notion of productivity forward in an investment model in the regions or in the state. I have a fund that we can operate to invest in business, invest in education, invest in the sorts of things that we think are important to the restitution of our culture and identity, language centres, etc. So,
I mean, Paul's been talking about this for years, right? Even when I was on the ATSIC Council years ago, and you started the whole economic, discussion, we even talked about, it was small back then, but we talked about owning a car park in the city, right? And then generating, do you remember that? Yeah, that's right. Still wait for that. And think of all the millions we would have, from that at that time. But no one wanted to, consider those things. And I think if places like America and Canada can do it, why can't, we do that here? And as Paul said, then, we're actually having a healthier community in the future.
Michelle, and then Ian.
I'd just like to echo a lot of what has been said, but I think especially around education and investment in the development of business acumen across Victoria, and just one step further from Karen's suggestion around procurement, to having a specific Aboriginal procurement policy in Victoria, I think would make a great difference. It is a different thing to social procurement, and it needs to be out there as an important piece of itself. I think increasing support to Indigenous-led initiatives that drive First Nations entrepreneurship in regional areas of Victoria will be a really important piece of work to be focusing on, so that this becomes a little bit more democratised across Victoria. And I think also a long-term commitment, and potentially this is a national piece of work, but to building longitudinal Indigenous business and economic data sets, so that we can continue to really shape up the contribution story, but actually go even further to really understanding different measures of success about Indigenous economy in Australia. Thanks.
I was just going to say, I think one of the things to bear in mind with this is still relatively new in its infancy, the economy. Much of discussion has always been about the deficit approach and what's wrong, and tends to focus on the extremities of what's wrong. Or you get those ones who are really gun players and they'll get by fine without anybody else. It's the 90% in the middle. Yeah, these are the ones we're talking about here. So I think one of the things to underline this is about all Aboriginal people in their circumstance, not those who are either most disadvantaged or those who are excelling anyway and can excel higher. I think the other part of it is that it needs to be in for the long haul, and how we think about success, picking up what Michelle said, how we measure how we're going and the successes we have we need to be prepared that we have to prosecute this argument differently to how we've prosecuted other arguments, and we need to do it for a very long time, because we fundamentally have to almost rewire the cognitive understanding of Aboriginal everything to take us from social policy land to economic policy land, and they are completely different ways forward. So that I think is something that is not just another program, it's a fundamentally different beast in how we approach it. And to pick up Paul's stuff, I know how old I am. I know, and Paul and I have kicked around for a long time. He's a little bit longer than me, but not that much. But this is fundamentally about our children, but more particularly our grandchildren, those who are yet to be even born, and this is a way forward, so they just don't have a life that we had. And I'd almost want them to be in a little bit of a space of taking for granted, because that means they haven't dealt with the crappy bits and have to be picked up. They just do that from the day they're born. If we get to that point, I think that would be a legacy worth leaving.
Can I just say thank you for a really stimulating conversation and a different way of thinking about economic prosperity. I never thought we'd be discussing Milton Friedman at Yoorrook, but I'm glad we did.
I'm a Keynesian, just to be clear.
I did think you might be. But yeah, I think that it's a good place to finish on, to that rewiring of that brain, the non-Indigenous brain, on how they understand First Peoples. We understand it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll just tender some documents relevant to the business panel. We have a number of articles either provided or written by a number of the members. There's a submission to the Yoorrook Justice Commission from the Self-Determination Fund, a number of First Nations Foundation documents, as well as the Goulburn Murray Regional Prosperity Plan that Paul referred to. So I'll tender all those documents.
Thank you, Council.
2 hours straight, well done.
Thank you, the witnesses. We just went straight through there. So thank you. We'll adjourn till Wednesday, the 26th at 12 p.m.
Thank you very much.
See you, Michelle.
See you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.